nka abo kuba tutwire turi abahingi abarisa b'enjoki kandi n'abahingi b'entoki so konka tukaba tutari kumanya okutwakubasa kutungamu amagoba mingi omukulisa enjoki kandi tutari kumanya n'okutwakubasa kutunga amagoba mingi omukuhinga orutoki rwitu tukatandika n'okurambura ekicweka kiitu twaherize kurambura twakora resource map so omuri ebyo ebi twakozire bikatuyamba munonga kuzuura ebizibu ebi twabire twine ebyabire nibireetera twagira amasharuura makye omu njoki na n'omu rutoki rwitu so omuri ekyo tukashanga ngu ekizibu eki turikusingayo obuhango ebi turikuteekateeka kuba manure ebi turikwiha aheeru tukareeta kandi bikaba nibyo byashiisha eby'obuhangwa byaitu ningashi bikashiisha entoki ziitu kandi kutwaherize kukizuura ngu nikyo kizibu twakitebeekanisa turikutandikaho okwekorera manure yiitu
twekorere manure kugira ngu enjoki ziitu zireke kuzanzaza obwo burwire zihiime ebintu ebirungi twaguma nituza omu kishaka nitutema ebinyaasi nitutema ebitumba ebyaitu nituronda amasha nitugira tuziika manure yiitu omu kuziika manure egyo kugihura tukata aha mitumba kyakanyisa entoki kubonera enjoki zaafuna ebyokurya byazo byakanya twayihaho okwiha okwe za kasasiro okaziiha okwo okaziiha oku okaziteeka omu kandi zirikukanyisa oburwire hati twashanga ngu ekyo kiitu eki twakozire kyabonera obwo tukwataniise n'abaana ba university twakwatagaine n'abaana ba university twaguma nitusharuura obwoki bakasitoma bayenda kutuuba kubura bakye twakwatagana nabo batukonekitinga na bakasitoma bokugura obwoki twagumizamu tukora twayongyera aha buhumi twareeba entunguuka neyongyera nkaitu omu basi abagurupu twagezaho twakontributinga abwakasente kutwiha omu bwoki twaguraho akataka k'okurisizaho enjoki ziitu tukatwire nitupangisa hati nareeba ngu enjoki obwoki butwihamu twaguma nitutunguuka nibukoraho entunguuka na bamemba twihamu akasente katuyamba omu family ziitu abaana baza kushoma mbwenu ndeeba ngu enjoki ebituzihiremu n'ebintu birungi
nitusiima Mbarara University ahabw'okuba ebyabire biri ebizibu tukabaasa kubimaraho.
The Real Life Learning Lab project at the Abatiaba community is a beacon of hope, demonstrating the potential of the multidisciplinary and collaborative problem solving for community development. As we look to the future, it is clear that the Real Life Learning Lab will continue to be a catalyst for positive change, empowering communities and shaping the way higher education institutions transform societies in sub-Saharan Africa and beyond.
My dream is to see that this real-life learning lab approach that we are employing is institutionalized more broadly to address community challenges. So the university being a driver of change in the communities where we work to address food systems and climate change challenges in the long run.
So we shall become relevant as we continue engaging the communities, carrying out community outreach and making our research and teaching more to do with societal engagement and solving community challenges, which is why this project is very important, and we see it as an entry point of how to improve the university teaching and learning and community engagement. I see that as a very strong point for this project.
I really appreciated the work of the principal investigators of the Inspire project, because the real life learning labs have created a lot of impact in the community, especially when it comes to issues of community engagement on matters to do with the climate change and food systems. Thank you so much.
Being a part of this experience has allowed me to see the fruits of our interventions with the community, to see lives being improved because of what we study at the university. This has been interesting, and I'm very hopeful for where this is going to go. Thank you.
Mbarara University of Science and Technology was set up with the philosophy of community engagement and outreach. I would like to thank Professor Bitariho, the PI of Inspire Project. And I want to acknowledge and thank the European Union for funding this project that has facilitated Mbarara University to contribute further to community engagement and community outreach. The Inspire Project was set up to address issues of food systems and climate change. And these are real issues that affect the community. And therefore, the Inspire Project, through setting up the Real Life Learning Hub, has facilitated the students and staff at MUST, Mbarara University of Science and Technology, to further contribute to transforming lives in the community, to further contribute to our philosophy of community engagement and outreach. We extend our sincere gratitude to all our partners and collaborators at national and international level. We also acknowledge the invaluable contribution of the Abatsiaba Community Group, the faculty at Mbarara University of Science and Technology in the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies and the Faculty of Science. Special thanks go to the University Grants Office as well as the university leadership, ably and enviably led by Professor Pauline Biachika Chibwika. Thank you all for your support. Thank you for seeing this project take shape. I've been your narrator, Angela Nakato Moyengo, from the University Communications Office. Succeed, we must.
AIDS is still claiming lives. 20,000 people in Uganda died of AIDS-related causes in 2024.
The main source of AIDS now appears to be behavior related, where you do what you shouldn't do and then you get AIDS. I really am determined to insist on this behavior change. And you, the church people, the mosque people, please bring this one out very clearly. And the RDCs, because we don't want to cut on the potential of our children by this problem. Get tested, get treatment, and stick to the treatment. If you are on these drugs, please stick to them so that you don't relapse.
Together, we can end AIDS in Uganda. Every second counts. Let's act now. This message is brought to you by Uganda AIDS Commission, Office of the President. In 2024, Uganda recorded 37,000 new HIV infections and 20,000 AIDS-related deaths, a situation that calls for collective efforts if the country is to achieve its target of ending AIDS by 2030.
Infecting somebody, infecting another person. So there's no way you can say men cannot be infected, only women can be infected. So from the simple fact that people can infect one another, there's no logic in saying that only women should test. It should be everybody. It's just logical.
Together, we can end AIDS in Uganda. Every second counts. Let's act now. This message is brought to you by Uganda AIDS Commission, Office of the President.
Define the health Over the years, the government of Uganda has registered considerable progress in combating HIV and AIDS, bringing down the HIV prevalence rate from 30% in early 90s to 6.0% currently. In 2016, Uganda signed on to the Global Declaration on Ending AIDS by 2030, and by achieving the 90-90-90 test, treat and attain the UN AIDS targets by 2020. In June 2017, the President of Uganda, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, launched the Presidential Fast Track Initiative.
AIDS, from the beginning, was a simple disease because it was not very infectious. It was only coming through a few ways. Now, we have added other means of control, preventing mother-to-child transmission. Even when you are criminal enough, sleep with people without using the condom when you know that you are sick, or you have not bothered to find out. If you are taking the drugs, that means you have tested and you are using the drugs, you will not infect anybody.
When His Excellency the President offered himself to lead the fight against HIV/AIDS another time, we were very excited about it. Once he launched it at the national event where all leaders, both at national level, including cabinet, members of parliament, then district leaders, were all gathered, from political leaders, religious leaders, and cultural leaders. He gave out the message, he handed over the message handbook with clear messages to different categories. We went out and, we had always the same enthusiasm from leaders turning up. So we've seen countrywide a galvanized approach, a renewed interest.
The efforts of the government to combat HIV are well known at national, regional, and international levels. The Uganda AIDS Commission has been able to do a rollout of the activities to 93 districts, local government, as well as 10 MDAs. We wouldn't have been able to register the achievements that we are proud of without your support. The focus of the Ministry of Health has been the implementation of evidence-based behavioral and biomedical interventions, including promotion of abstinence, faithful and consistent condom use. We continue to work with the EMTCT champion, the First Lady of Uganda, to consolidate our programs for elimination of mother-to-child transmission.
What was most important was to make sure that the community, through the leaders, they are able to implement what the initiative is all about: testing, then treatment, mobilizing the men, especially working together with the F teams to identify as many men as possible to put them on treatment, adolescent girls to identify them as many as possible, and give them information on HIV, subsequently put them on treatment to the more as well as place them in care.
You could be playing the cities that they have been to.
The Uganda AIDS Commission was tasked to coordinate the implementation of the Presidential Fast Track Initiative
The video that shows the other cities that they have been to.
the 5-point plan.
Ladies and gentlemen, the group that you see here, the bikers, has been traversing the country. That is at the launch in Kampala on the 7th. On the 16th was Mbale, and from Mbale, we went to Gulu. From Gulu, they are now in Bahara, and from Bahara, this procession will be headed to Bushenyi. So these are all pre-Wild AIDS Day events. The message that is being amplified here is to end AIDS by 2030, a global goal that we have. So in this fight, everybody is a fighter. Everybody is a fighter. And that is amplified by the village journeys. Now they are coming. They are going to go around. They got
Hey,
that's the cyclist group. We have the borders who are also part of this fight. The band and the other global partners. For this cause, we are all fighters and we all must have had at least 1 or 2 cases in any family in Uganda succumb to HIV and AIDS. So this is not just noise, this is to amplify the fight that His Excellency the President started, and together with the Uganda AIDS Commission, the other partner, Village Journeys Africa, JCRC, and the borders are not forgotten because of the prevalence of HIV in Mbarara. We are not leaving anybody behind. Members, as we are here, what we are witnessing is a drive that has been through the country as it was launched by the ED, Dr. Msoba Nelson, and that was at the Uganda AIDS Commission offices. Together the group has been traversing the country, and that is Tumbale, where the same procession was bigger than what is here. From there it was in Gulu City, then Mbarara City, and after here we shall be in Bushenyi for both the marathon that is in Bushenyi and the one is in Churuhura, and the main day on the 1st of December, which we shall be with our beloved President of the Republic of Uganda. So we thank you, Uganda AIDS Commission. We thank you, the police force. We thank you, JCRC. We thank you, Village Journeys Africa, IBH, Oroquick, and so many of the other partners that I couldn't mention, or if I've skipped your name. But on the screens, there's a part of the procession that has been happening. In a minute or two, the band will be exiting so that we proceed on to the procession and the meeting of the day. We advise that also the students are having exams, so wouldn't want to be noisemakers in a good fight. Ladies and gentlemen, this started with a run at 6:30, and the walkers and the cyclists. Now we have the torch, and this torch of hope has been traversing the country, and that is with Village Journeys Africa, Uganda AIDS Commission, Oroquick, JCRC, IBF, and many more of the other partners, Pepsi, Zukatulu Commission, and so many other more of the partners. More so to say, before we used to make this noise with a drum. Now, I think we all witness. Doctor, I'm waiting for you. I've taken over from you. Please, since you've come and take your tree. It is too heavy for me to carry. So as we are gathered here, and the rightful owner of this microphone has also arrived, we are going to have the band and the procession. Just give them another round of excitement so that after that, we can usher you so that the meeting starts. But for now, the torch, please let's have another round. And we have another round as the MC takes over his mantle to give us the direction of the event. So immediately after this, the band will rest and we shall have the bikers, the border borders, go back to the town.
Before you call the person who is going to do the recapping, the video plays, then you go
Bikers, walkers, the band, we have requested a moment with our Lord Bishop to have a picture and for him also to understand what we have been doing throughout the country. My Lord Bishop, the procession here was launched in Kampala with the Torch of Hope under Village Journeys Africa, who is a partner to Uganda AIDS Commission. And through this, the mandate was to take the Torch of Hope across country. So cross country, they went to Mbale, and Mbale was on the 16th of November. From Mbale, and that colorful day, it was a bit unfortunate. The president was in the area, and the procession like this could not go on. So he advised that it would be on the next weekend, which was on the 22nd. From the 22nd, they went to Gulu to pass on the Torch of Hope. So after passing the Torch of Hope to Gulu, the Torch of Hope has arrived in Barara. And from Barara, with advice of Uganda AIDS Commission, it is meant to be handed over to His Excellency, the fight and the biggest fighter about HIV and AIDS as we strive to end HIV and AIDS by 2030. So the procession is requesting for a moment of a picture, but we have a detailed program with Dr. Dan, and also to bless us, because before we used to call these people by a drum, and that drum meant a lot of messaging. Right now, because of digital, we the youth love entertainment. When these people rev the bikes, we are so many that jump on board, and mostly our sisters. But when they jump on board, do they have the right message to carry? Do they have a voice? Our Lord Bishop, we ask for your blessing. But before that, there's Dr. Dan, who is the master of ceremony for the day, so that he could align us as you bless us, our Lord Bishop. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Lord Bishop, we are pleased to have you this morning. Thank you for accepting our invitation. We know you are a key champion in the fight against HIV. We are pleased to share with you these bikers and the walkers and the riders. It's part of our national mobilization across the country. We have exactly 5 years to end the epidemic. Exactly 5 years to deliver the national commitment of ending AIDS as a public health threat. So we thought we needed to mobilize the people. Like he said long ago, it was by drumming. But because of the change in demographics, there are other ways of mobilizing, especially the biggest part of the population, who are the youth. These bikers have rode across the country. This is their second last stop as they go to the finale, which is in Bushenyi on World AIDS Day. Now that they are here before you, it's a humble request, of course, that you bless them as they ride to Bushenyi, and you say a word of blessing and your commitment to the campaign. It's my honor to invite you, Lord Bishop.
Praise the Lord. Hey, we say amen. Amen. Praise the Lord. I would like to take this opportunity to appreciate the organizers of this great event, with all the stakeholders who are involved in the fight against HIV/AIDS. Thank you for the information you have given about the campaign and the torch, which is supposed to be handed over to the president. Just this morning, I came back from Nairobi from a conference, Symposium of Faith and Health Leaders of Africa. And in this conference, the concern was the reduced funding to support HIV/AIDS, to support malaria, to support TB, and to support community messages that address HIV, because we were made to understand that the aid is dwindling. And we were made to understand that even the assistance that is being given now is for critical service like drugs and probably not testing and others. So this is the right time to rekindle the torch when there is some sort of among many people that what is going to happen. This is the right time to bring the message also to the president that now he needs to put in a new gear, because what has been, there has been a change. So I want to appreciate you, the bikers. When I look, I said, these people, biking all this time, they must have jobs, but they have the coat at hand. They have thank the commitment. So I will say prayer, and may God bless you. The time you have given, may God bless you. Luke 6:38, give and it will come back to you. In Runyankore we say, muhe nimwe muryahebwa, mwebale kuhayo bwire bwanyu nimwe mukama arahanga abahereze, kandi ndiyo nishobora ngo bwire obu ntayiremu abw'ekintu eki shaha 10 omuka yange nduga Nairobi omu rukiiko rw'abebembezi b'eddiini ba Africa babiri bariyo nibateesa nibagira ngu ebintu kabyashoba obuhwezo bubire nibwija kaburiyo nibukyendera abantu baza kubaho bata. Nicyo kibuzo mbwene obu nibwo bwire burungi tokyegi kweyongera kugiho omukuru w'ihanga mukamugaruka mukamwisya ntate ekintu kitandikire busya habwokuba obuhwezo bubire nibwija buriyo nibugenda nibukora ki nibukyendera. Nabwekyo abanyayuganda tulina okwerwanaho tuwongerere ebintu nk'ebi ebikuyamba abantu kumanya ekiri kugenda omu maisho, leero tukwatanise turwanise akakooko kaki kasirimu. Mukama arahanga obushobozi bwona ntwenda kusiima. We give glory and honor to you for the fight against HIV AIDS. Thank you for Uganda AIDS Commission and for all the agencies that are involved in this fight against HIV AIDS. We thank you for those who have been able to support different people living with HIV AIDS, even to do testings which have helped greatly our people to be aware. We thank you for the medical personnel. We thank you for the social workers. We thank you for the Ministry of Health. We thank you for the donor agencies and for all who have made this fight possible. We thank you also when we remember Phile Rutaya, we also remember and commemorate. We thank you for the work of the church through transformation of lives, like the 9 women we have here and 1 man who are living with HIV in this region of Ankole, who are born again. We thank you that the Christian word, the word of God, can also be engaged in the fight against HIV. May you bless us, may you guide us. And as a church, may you help us to associate with this cause, because perhaps many times we have gone low in the fight against HIV. Bless us and guide us. We pray for good health and strength. We pray for successful journey up to their next stop. We pray all this through Jesus Christ our Lord. The blessing of God Almighty, Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit be upon you. May that blessing never leave you, now and always. In this region we say, Tukute tenderiza ye, Yesu, Yesu, mwana gwandega, Yesu omosa, gunazi, zizane baza, omulo. I can touch also.
Lord Bishop, the cameras you can turn over here. Our Lord Bishop. Yes. Albert as well. Get closer to the Lord Bishop here. Albert is the host of Village Journeys Africa. Albert Nga. And we have our Lord Bishop. We have the director of Village Journeys Africa, May, who is handling another smaller torch. Then we have Dr. Daniel, who is representing Uganda AIDS Commission. They have taken this mantle across country. Thank you, our Lord Bishop, for blessing us, and we pray for more blessings. Thank you. Thank you for more blessings, my Lord. And that is the host, destination manager, Albert Nga, Village Journeys Africa. He's the mind around taking coach across the country. He's your student, and your other daughter of Canon Mongati, They are the two that are passing the message.
These guys are saying are my students at Intare School. Have Intare School students come yet? No. But we thank God. We taught young men and they are making it. Which years were those?
90 to 90.
90 to 1993. I was their headmaster. And now, thank you for the torch. But it looks these days, schools no longer have a lot of activities on HIV/AIDS. Is it right or wrong?
It is not correct. And as village journeys, that's why we're coming in to make sure the information, the evangelism, the journey, the talking continues and gets even stronger.
Thank you, our Lord Bishop. Mary, the director. Before we go.
Thank you very much, Mbara. Thank you for having the touch of hope for the last 2 days. But today we are presenting it to you officially. Thank you to the band, you're amazing. The bikers, the cyclists, you have made this happen. Thank you for being with us for the whole journey. And as we go to Bushenyi, I know you will follow us, and we're looking forward to that. And UAC, thank you for spreading the word. Thank you for making us your voice. And as we prepare to hand this torch over officially, I'd like a representative from the band. A representative from the band, a representative from the cyclers, and a representative from the bikers. If you could please come and we take a picture.
Let's have the bike in front there so that it is part of that picture. Cyclers, I think I would request Doctor and the team, we stand this side so that we have the symposium in the background. Yes. So let's stand on this side. Yes, yes. Cameras, media, the photo, as we are ushering in our people to sit. Please, the rest you can go behind a bit. I am a noise maker. Yes, we have those who are walking. This is what we are amplifying. We have those who are running in the morning. We have those who are cycling. And we have the borders. Because these ones are very friendly. And we use them a lot. And then we have the noisemaker, the bike. Okay? This is our fight throughout our sisters, our brothers, our friends, our colleagues. AIDS must disappear from Uganda. Thank you so much for that moment. Let's make our noise as we cut through town. Because we have already been blessed. Let us be blessed. No more infections. Thank you. Dr. Dan, please take over.
Can we have one last rap? The bikers give us a rap, a little noise as you exit. Don't just disappear like young people, like little young birds. Give us some noise, please.
and everybody was grabbing it. Everyone was like, you are the only person who was staying in Kampala.
You take a seat. I'm taking him first to show him the session chair. Then I'll give him a seat like somewhere. Let him also greet himself. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to resume our proceedings for today, though a bit late, and we apologize for that. The bikers were part of our program, but they have come in with a bang, with a force. They have overwhelmed us a bit. We didn't know they would have such a kind of impact, and but we are nevertheless back to order now. We have one plenary session today, and this plenary session is about HIV cure. As you well know, today we shall also have the Fidel Taya Commemoration Day. Today is Fidel Taya Commemoration Day, and we have the closing ceremony for our 2.5 days symposium. So important people, more than we have had here, will be in our midst, including our minister, the minister for the presidency, including the Lord Bishop, the bishop for the Ankole Diocese and his team, including the Vice Chancellor, who was our guest of honor at the introduction, including the chairman of the Uganda AIDS Commission, the country director UNAIDS, the director general of the Uganda AIDS Commission, and other important dignitaries from ministries, departments, from civil society. So it will be a big function, and be prepared for that. The bishop, the Lord Bishop, is already in our midst, but in another tent. We shall be proceeding with the science session, and I want at this juncture to lose no more time, but to invite. We shall read the prayer. Now that the Lord Bishop is in our midst, is here, we shall wait for his prayer. So we shall pray when the Lord Bishop is here. I request her to be working on yesterday's prayer until the Lord Bishop takes his seat. So for the morning session, we shall be working on the yesterday's prayer. So let's prepare to have the last session of the jar, and you can usher in our team.
Yes, thank you so much, KMC. Good morning. My name is Elvis Ayebare. I'm a student of medicine and surgery and guild speaker, Bara University. We are proceeding with today's program, but before that, we would want to build on what transpired yesterday. So allow me, if the technical team is ready, they give us a recap, a brief recap of day 2, and then we usher in our next plenary session. Yes, thank you, our technical team. That was a brief recap. Nowadays, you're going digital, so I hope that enlightens your mind to tell to you what transpired yesterday. So we're going to waste no more time, as earlier said, and invite our chair for this session, which is going to be quite an interesting one. Personally, I'm so much anticipating and eagerly waiting for it. A panel on an HIV cure. Thinking about an HIV cure should really be as intriguing enough to make you pay attention and not lose out on any single bit. And allow me invite Dr. Kasim Tolo, who will chair this plenary session today morning. Let's give him a round of applause as he moves towards our stage. Dr. Kasim will have a co-chair, and that will be Dr. Gilbert Mateka, who also happens to be a district health officer from Kabale district. Yes, a more deserving applause for our chairs for this session, and I will let it on. I'll let them take it on from here.
Ladies and gentlemen, I beg for indulgence, like I had earlier requested that we work on yesterday's prayers until Lord Bishop joins us. So Lord Bishop has joined us. You're welcome, Lord Bishop. It's our humble request that you bless the day with an opening prayer. There are 2 functions. We are continuing with the science. We shall have the Fidel Taya Memorial Day. We are going to be joined by other dignitaries, including our Minister for the Presidency, for the closure of the 2.5 Symposium. we request you humbly that you brace us as we start today's proceedings.
Can I request we stand? Our dear loving Lord, we thank you so much for this time and for the symposium and the far that it has come. We thank you for all the deliberations. Thank you for all the activities. And we also commit into your hands the scientific discussions, the progress in the fight against HIV, the challenges and the suggested solutions. And especially, Lord, we place into your hands those whom you have given more knowledge to unlock very complicated, challenging issues that face man. But Lord, we know we are made in your image and you give us knowledge and wisdom. May you bless us, may you guide us. Commit into your hands also those people living with HIV/AIDS. May you bless them, may you guide them, may you empower them. Thank you for the success story that Uganda has witnessed and experienced. We pray that this function will also be climaxed well with the dignitaries that are coming, including the guest of honor, Minister of Presidency. We pray that all will be aimed at giving glory and honor to your name. We thank you, we praise you, we honor you. Through Christ our Lord, we pray.
Distinguished guests, distinguished panelists, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me stand on existing protocol in the interest of time. Today, we are going to have a very, very exciting session, which I'm going to chair. My name is Kasim Umbatolo. I'm the Director of Farm Biotechnology and Traditional Medicine Center at Mbara University of Science and Technology. With my colleague, the co-chair, Dr. Gilbert Mateka, who is the DHO of Kabale. As many of you know, Uganda has made tremendous strides in fight against HIV/AIDS, especially in terms of prevention, treatment, and care. And Uganda AIDS Commission plays a very critical role in coordinating the national responses, aligning efforts from government, NGOs, researchers, and communities. But even as we celebrate our successes, the need for cure remains. With ART now providing millions with life-saving treatment, we still face challenges related to lifelong management, stigma, and ultimate goal of finding cure. And that's why this panel session is very, very important. And we will have experts drawn from Joint Clinical Research Center. We will have experts from Mbara University of Science and Technology. We will have experts from Uganda AIDS Commission, and also we'll have experts from Ministry of Health. They will be our panelists this morning. And in no particular order, we would like to soon introduce the panelists and bring them on the stage. And we will start with the a panelist from Uganda AIDS Commission, Dr. Stephen Asimwe. Could you please come forward and take your seat? Please, let's put our hands together for Dr. Stephen Asimwe. And then that will be followed by Dr. Angopale Jimmy from Bara University of Science and Technology to come and take his seat up here. Dr. Angopale Jimmy will be followed by Dr. Mtumba from Ministry of Health. He's in the house. Please take your seat up here. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, please put your hands up for Dr. Mtumba, who is taking his seat right here. And last but not least, Dr. Lois, kindly come forward and take your seat at the podium. Yes, as we've been here in the last few days, really talking about HIV/AIDS, and a lot has been said already by the previous speakers, but one important topic which was reserved for today is a very, very critical one, and as you can see, it's going to be a panel discussion on advances towards an HIV cure. This is very critical, and that's the reason why I have these distinguished panelists here, and they will unpack the advances so far in the country and beyond. In no particular order, allow me first and foremost communicate the roles to the panelists. We are starting late already, and we want to keep time, including making up for the lost time. Therefore, each one of you, when we call you on the podium to give you an overview, please bear in mind you will have 10 minutes. But we shall later have question and answer sessions with the audience so you can elaborate. Great. So allow me invite first and foremost the expert from Uganda AIDS Commission, and this will be Dr. Stephen Asimwe, who will be giving overview and the perspectives from the side of Uganda AIDS Commission related to the topic today. Dr. Stephen Asimwe is a researcher and physician working with the Uganda AIDS Commission. He holds medical degree from Makerere University. He's also a holder of M.Med, internal medicine from Bara University of Science and Technology. He holds PhD in epidemiology and translational science from University of California, San Francisco, USA. His work is mostly around HIV/AIDS, and he leads research at Uganda AIDS Commission. So put your hands together for Dr. Stephen Asimwe as he comes to make his remarks. Dr. Asimwe, welcome.
I will wait for the IT to show my first slide before I begin talking. Okay, so thank you very much, IT. And before I begin, ladies and gentlemen, Let me first maybe look around and see who is in the audience. Thank you so much, everybody. And the chair, if you will allow me, I may not get another chance, just to thank everybody. When we invited you for the symposium, you came and you have been with us for the last now 3 days. So we don't take that for granted, and we are very grateful. Your Lordship, the Bishop, and the Mbarara University of Science and Technology, the VC was here the other day, Professor Ngonzi may be somewhere, and the country director, UNAIDS, and all the other guests. The Uganda AIDS Commission, we have some board members, and we have directors and other staff from Uganda AIDS Commission, and everybody whom I may not be able to recognize in the interest of time. Thank you very much. And then I'll now move on to my presentation. So I'll give a brief overview of the cure framework and what people are talking about in terms of an HIV cure. And that will lead us into the panel discussion, so that by the time we get into the panel discussion, we are somewhat focused around the issues of an HIV cure. So this is the presentation by me, Stephen Asimwe of Uganda AIDS Commission. And yes, so your screen here has started shaking. So if you can find a solution for that, I'll be happy. But in the meantime, I'll look in the different other areas. And I hope when I try to move to my second slide, this will respond. Okay. Okay. And so the belief that most of us share is that HIV causes AIDS. And you can represent this belief with a graph. And this is the graph. So this is not a simple sketch. It is a complicated graph. And complicated because it embeds some information that is not necessarily stated. So I'll try to maybe state some of the information. So IT, now that these are not working, I don't know where I should point this, but let me see. Okay, it seems I can point it anywhere. So the unstated information in this graph, it includes, number one, that HIV is a cause and AIDS is an effect. And this is a polite way of saying that these two words cannot be used interchangeably, because a cause cannot be the same as an effect. So a second unstated piece of information is that HIV happens first and then AIDS happens after some time. So if the two were happening at the same time, there would be a coincidence. But if you believe that HIV is happening first and AIDS is happening next, then you can assume that HIV is a cause of AIDS. And even maybe more importantly, by that graph you can assume that removing HIV can remove AIDS. But that is only true if there are no alternative causes. So if you remove HIV and you are lucky, there are no alternative causes, then AIDS can go away. If you are unlucky and there are alternative causes, you can remove HIV and AIDS will not go away. But it's still a useful graph and a useful framework, because it can guide a lot of the work that most of you are doing. So the ones who are doing HIV prevention are working in that space before HIV develops. Of course, you need to have a good concept of what causes HIV, how does it get transmitted, how is it acquired. And so you can do the HIV prevention work that many of you do. The ones doing HIV treatment will be working in that space between HIV and AIDS. HIV has already developed. You are doing treatment. People doing HIV treatment, they don't necessarily conceptualize their work as AIDS prevention. But in general, it is assumed that if you are treating HIV, then you are blocking that pathway and somehow you are preventing AIDS. The ones who are doing AIDS treatment are operating further downstream. They are operating in that space. Doctors in the hospital treating cryptococcal meningitis will be working in that space. And so, once you believe that HIV causes AIDS and you believe in that graph on the previous slide, then you can separate these two words and work with them differently. So for HIV, the standard for prevention is now a combination approach that combines biomedical, social, behavioral, and structural interventions. In terms of treatment, the standard is antiretroviral therapy, which is usually a combination of various antiretroviral drugs. And then in terms of a cure, there's no consensus cure, and that's why we are here. So now for AIDS, there's no specific framework for prevention, but the treatment of HIV is generally presumed to prevent AIDS. And also the people doing HIV prevention, if you remember the graph on the first slide, they are operating further upstream. So they'll be preventing everything downstream, including AIDS. And in terms of the treatment, AIDS is a syndrome. It is an acquired immune deficiency syndrome. And that means it is multiple diseases, each with its own consensus treatment. And so the cure framework doesn't even apply to AIDS. So now, chairs, with your permission, I will stop at any point. If you stop me, I will stop. But I'll try to cover at least the most important things. So what is the problem? A cure for HIV is desirable because the chronic treatment of HIV is associated with multiple challenges. Many people who work with HIV, they know that, whether it is clients, family members, doctors, they will all know that the chronic treatment of HIV, which earlier we said is the standard treatment for HIV, is associated with multiple challenges. So there is work that is emerging on an HIV cure, especially in the area of research, but also in terms of interventions. And the challenge in Uganda, at least, there's no existing guideline or policy yet on an HIV cure. And there's also limited coordination among different players working on different approaches. And so a guideline or a policy would be a good thing, but for us we see it as being further downstream so that we can first try to develop a theoretical framework that can guide such policies and guidelines. So a framework would include things like a definition, what do we mean when we say a cure? It would include goals, what are we trying to achieve? It would include approaches, what should we be using? Because there would be many approaches. So you might have to decide which one do we need to invest in, which one do we need to take. And then also parameters. If you told someone that now I have cured you of HIV, how do you measure that? How do you convince me that now I'm cured? So those are some of the aspects that would need to be in such a framework. And so maybe I'll actually skip over some of these slides and then go directly to the different approaches. Yeah. And now maybe this is working. I don't know. Okay. So maybe let me just cover this slide. We have looked at different work that is being done by many people. And to put together like what we have seen, we have grouped the different things that people are doing into 3 types of approaches. So there is what you might call the high technology approaches. This would include things like gene therapy, bone marrow replacement. Those are interventions that require high technology. Then there is what you might call the low technology approaches. And this is not me being rude to the people who are doing herbal work. It's not necessarily low technology, but that is how we have decided to classify it. And then there is what you can group as antiretroviral therapy-based approaches. Much as we have already said, that antiretroviral therapy does not cure HIV, but people believe that with certain specific approaches using antiretroviral therapy, you can achieve some aspects of a cure. So as these experts talk, you might hear them say things like a functional cure or a sterilizing cure. Maybe I can briefly highlight on that, and actually I'll stop there. I believe I have exhausted my 10 minutes, right? Yeah, okay. So I'll just give that difference between a functional cure. A functional cure, for example, was mentioned by the VC on day one of this symposium. It is, let's say, if I had a cure in my pocket, I give it to you. You might be okay, but if we test you for HIV, you may still be positive. Or because like they would usually say, HIV is hiding in the bone marrow or these other hiding places, it might still be there. But the person will be okay, they will not be on treatment, they are not progressing, their CD4 is not falling, and so on and so forth. That is a functional cure. As opposed to a sterilizing cure, which would be that I have my concoction, I've given it to you, and you are cured. Even the HIV test is negative. Even when you dig deep, look in the bone marrow, look in all these other places, you will not see a positive HIV test. That would be a sterilizing cure. So I still have a few things on the approaches, but I'll not cover them because that's why we have the panel. The panel is meant to address different approaches. For example, we know that JCRC is doing work on gene therapy. That is what we called one of the high-tech approaches. We know that in various programs of the Ministry of Health, they are using antiretroviral therapy, not necessarily from the framework of a cure, but at least at the research level, people are doing a lot of work on the antiretroviral therapy approaches. And then the Mbarara University of Science and Technology is doing a lot of work on the herbal approaches to a cure. So I'll stop there and hand over back to you, Chair, but I will remain there to take questions about any of the things I've talked about.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stephen Asimwe. Let's put our hands together once more for Dr. Stephen Asimwe. Thank you very much. Yes, so please write down your questions at the moment. We'd like to give the panelists the opportunity to present all what they have for us, and then we'll give time to each one of you with questions to pose the questions to them. Now, allow me go straight to invite one of the panelists from Mbarara University of Science and Technology, Dr. Jimmy Angopale. As Dr. Stephen Asimwe has just mentioned that one of the approaches to cure is low-tech, and that includes possibilities of herbal therapeutics, development of herbal medicines as potential therapeutic. So, Dr. Jimmy Angopale, please, the floor is yours. And Dr. Jimmy Angopale, as he comes, allow me to give brief about Dr. Jimmy Angopale. Dr. Jimmy Angopale is a pharmaceutical scientist and a natural products development officer at Mbarara University of Science and Technology. He is also a lecturer in the Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences. He holds a BSc in Pharmaceutical Sciences at MAST. He holds also MSc in Pharmaceutics and Pharmaceutical Technology from the University of Jos, Nigeria. He holds PhD in Pharmaceutics from Mbarara University of Science and Technology. He works, his work focuses on development of advanced herbal drug delivery systems. He has contributed to development and scale up of several medicinal and cosmetic products, some of which are in Ugandan markets already, and they are most importantly herbal-based products. He has just returned from China, learning techniques, ultra-modern techniques of pharmaceutics, development, and manufacturing, which we think will contribute greatly in development of our herbal medicine sector in the coming years. Thank you very much, Jimmy. Uncle Pale, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Chair, for that elaborate introduction. I'm just going to straight talking about the low technology approaches, especially natural approaches that we could focus on to find cure for HIV. I know when we talk about cure, it raises a lot of questions in our minds. Some people must be asking, is it possible? Can we actually have cure for HIV? What does it mean to have cure for HIV? Does it mean I'll no longer have to take my ARVs? Does it mean anyone who contacts HIV can now be treated completely? So how do we visualize cure in our minds? I know people have different definitions of what cure is. To me, cure is finding something that's to be able to kill the virus completely from the body. That means we should not be having issues of latent reservoirs in the body. Or if someone stops taking the ARVs, we would not be able to see the virus coming back. We should be able to do away with ARVs if we find cure for HIV. Now, from the perspectives of natural therapeutics, I'm not here to tell you that we already have a cure, but I'm trying to give you a possibility that something could actually come from natural therapeutics if we put our minds there. So how possible is it? And what can natural sources offer for cure for HIV? So the possibility of having this cure actually depends on our mindsets and also on our intentions. I'm going to give you, I'm sure all of you are aware of the story of Covidex. I'm not sure if you imagine that a Covidex would come from natural therapeutics to be able to support and be able to contribute to treatment of COVID-19. So we have learned a lot from actually what herbal therapeutics can do to our healthcare system and how we can actually leverage on that strength that we have built already to be able to develop standard therapeutics for other diseases like HIV. We also know that natural therapeutics are sources of drug compounds that can offer potential therapeutic benefits in the pharmaceutical sector. So if we look at our country, Uganda, it has rich biodiversity in terms of medicinal plants. It has rich traditional knowledge in terms of local means that people are using to treat various diseases. So the question is, how do we take advantage of the knowledge we have, do more research, and we're able to come up with something that can actually generate cure for HIV. Now, talking about that, you should also know that over 30% of the drugs that we use today come from medicinal plants or natural sources. So that means there is a lot that we have not explored, especially in Africa. Now, one thing that I realized when I was in China is that the Chinese have studied all the medicinal plants in their country. That means they know all the phytochemistry of their plants. They know all the compounds that their plants possess. They know each and everything that a scientist should know about their medicinal plants. So, about us, I can't say that we have studied 20% of our plants in terms of what they possess, in terms of drug compounds that we can isolate and we can modify to as a potential sources of drugs for HIV. So that means there is a lot that we are sitting on that we can actually set on to be able to find cure for HIV. And now we have the strength, we have the capacity that has been developed, I think, by Farm Biotrack over the years in the area of natural product development, that we can be able to isolate compounds, we can be able to test these compounds, we can be able to modify this compound. That means we can be able to develop these drugs locally. Then I think Farm Biotrack has also done a lot in trying to document the ethnomedicinal uses of different plants. So one of the things that we did in COVID was to document the different plants that people use in different communities for management of viral infections. Now then we're focusing on COVID, but some of those plants actually could be possessing compounds that can offer benefit in management of HIV. So that, as it is continuing, we are now looking at how can we use that same approach for HIV. I know yesterday there was on the first day, there was a presentation on the use of Artemisia annua and Moringa oleifera as a supplement to ARTs. And the results showed that a combination of those herbal remedies with the ARTs led to improved CD4 cell counts and lower viral loads. So those are some of the approaches that we should look at and be able to also focus on to develop other alternatives for management of HIV. So those products, the Artemisia annua and Moringa, have already been developed into capsule formulations, and we are hoping that we'll be able to expand on the clinical studies of those kind of formulations and be able to offer some of the alternatives in management of HIV. Then we have also proposed approaches that we can use to be able to accelerate development of alternative therapeutics, which may lead to a cure for HIV. One is we need to support the immunity, because when you read more about this virus, you realize that in the latent reservoir where it is hiding when somebody is on the ARVs, is that it hides in our immune cells to be dormant. How about if we're able to boost the immune system of the HIV, people living with HIV, to be able to fight this virus themselves? And we already have a number of products that are in that line with support to be able to take this to clinical studies and be able to see how that approach can actually work. Then the second approach is to find compounds, specific compounds that can actually cure or kill the virus directly from the body. So we are going to, now in that approach, we're looking at conducting robust ethnobotanical surveys across the country, because we've already done in some parts of Uganda, but we want to expand this, be able to have a very good understanding of what is actually existing in other parts of the country. Then we should be able to evaluate the activities of these medicinal plants and be able to isolate and modify compounds that we may find from these plants, and then to continuously improve on these compounds until we're able to find a cure. And this is something that can actually be done if we put our minds into it, if there is consistent financial investment in it, if there are enabling policies that help us to do this, then if there is a collaborative environment for us to be able to to collaborate with the other scientists, both in MUST and also in other parts of in the ministries and the other areas. So we need to have one goal with every stakeholder. If we're focusing on a cure, it is a possibility that we can actually be able to do. So that is briefly what I wanted us to be thinking about, the possibility of finding a cure using natural therapeutics. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Jime. A round of applause to Dr. Jime. Thank you very much. Before I invite the next expert, I want to add just a bit. We observed the protocol already established, but as I stood here, I saw we have some new additions, especially the young people. The students that are around, kindly stand up and we'll receive you. The students and the pupils, stand up and we'll receive you officially. A round of applause to these young ones. You're most welcome. Sit and listen in. You're most welcome. And looking at you reminds me my time in primary school, and I was part of a school choir. And in those days, we sang a song that said, "Gone are the days when love was blind to make you fall in a pit so deep. Gone are the times when boys and girls would seek for pleasure but lose their lives." In that song was a statement that, remember, there is no cure but to suffer and then die. It's been many years. That was in the 80s. But to date, still, there is no cure. At least the suffering part has been addressed, but still, there is no cure. Remember, there is no cure but to suffer and then die. Unless you change and change today. Oh yes, unless you change and change today. That was then. I was like in P6, I think. And I think we should go back to that using music, dance, and drama to pass on messages. See, I remember the words of that song. Not so many years back, I tuned in randomly in a radio program, and the vice chancellor of this university then was making a speech. And he said that there's nothing as embarrassing as seeing someone do what you said was impossible. When you talk about the cure of HIV and AIDS, one may think that is an impossible deal. But I'm glad that we have individuals and entities that are refusing to have impossible as part of the HIV vocabulary, HIV cure vocabulary. So it is good sitting here and listening in that in the advances that we can achieve even that song may change and we may have a cure. So let me invite our third expert from JCLC who will be taking us in their advances in that regard. You're welcome, Lois.
Thank you so much. I also looked at the young people over there. It reminded me of high school. I was always a representative at such places, and now I'm being called to give talks. So I guess the journey has come round. Yeah. My name is Dr. Lois Baiga. I'm a research scientist at the Joint Clinical Research Center in Kampala, Uganda. I am trained in laboratory technology. I have a master's degree in immunology and clinical microbiology, and I have a PhD in biomedical sciences. I've also trained in manufacturing of cell and gene therapies. So here I am. As you said, impossible is not a word for a person like me, because I'm well aware of the advances that are being done in the aspect of HIV cure. The biggest challenge to having an HIV cure is the latency reservoir. And it's being tackled in different ways. When we look at an HIV cure, some of the strategies that are being looked at is, can we enhance the body's ability to fight the infection? Okay? When you hear things like broadly neutralizing antibodies, when you hear things like CAR T cells, so that is advanced science. But basically, one of the HIV cure strategies is to say, can we make the immune response to this infection much stronger so that the body can fight the virus? Another strategy that they are looking at is what we call latency reversal. Here you're using drugs, drug molecules, okay? And they would stimulate the virus to come from the sleep-like state and become active. And when it becomes active, then you can put in antiretroviral therapy to clear the virus. So it's a combination strategy. Another way that you can look at HIV cure is by changing the genetics of the cells that fight the disease. And here you can either remove, so for HIV to enter any given cell, it enters via two receptors. Think of if I was a cell, okay? I have hands. So for anything that goes into my mouth, I have to hold it in my hand, put it in my mouth, and take it in. So HIV uses two receptors on its cell surface. One, the CD4, which we've heard about. The other one is a co-receptor, which is CCR5. So what happens is that for the cell to take in the virus, for that infection to occur, both these hands must receive the virus. However, we've seen in nature that there are some individuals who do not have the other hand. So when HIV comes, it can only bind to the CD4. The co-receptor is absent, which means no HIV entry, which means you are resistant to infection. This population is very small, and it's in Northern Europe. There have been studies in Africa, but we haven't found it here. So if we can't find people like that, what do we do? As a person who does molecular biology, I'm like, can we replicate that same protection in the laboratory? Can we either fold that arm so that it's no longer present? Can we have it present, but when it cannot take in the virus? And that way, you protect against HIV. There, you would be using what we call gene editing. Another strategy that we've seen and we know has worked is bone marrow transplants. And this has been seen in 9 patients. There is the London patient, the New York patient, Berlin patient, and as my executive director, Dr. Sisechcho says, she wants a Kampala patient. In other words, can we do the cure within Uganda? So, what is unique about those individuals that have been cured of HIV using the bone marrow transplant? They had HIV, but they also developed cancers, blood cancers. So as treatment for their blood cancers, they received a bone marrow transplant, but it was from individuals that did not have the second arm, the CCR5. So they received cancer drugs, chemotherapy, okay? It killed off all the damaged cells and the infected HIV cells. And then they received the bone marrow transplant. And without that CCR5, these people received what Dr. Simwe talked about, a sterilizing cure for HIV. There are 9 of them in the entire world. Okay? But we cannot do bone marrow transplants for the 1.5 million people living with HIV in Uganda. So that's where a person like Lois comes in and goes to the laboratory and she's like, how can I replicate what happens in nature so that it can be a single shot, okay, or an infusion of blood cells that do not have those components that make you susceptible to HIV. And so that's the work we are currently exploring at JCRC in terms of cure. And also, as we talk about this, we give balanced hope in that we know it is possible to cure HIV, but we also know that there are hurdles to go over. The ethics, education and awareness of our community, the expenses involved, because gene therapies, although they are available, they are in high-income countries. They cost millions of dollars. So how do you translate that into a place like Uganda? So we are working on making manufacturing cost-effective so that instead of the millions,
he was previously a DHO, and currently he's an assistant commissioner at the Ministry of Health and a program manager for the AIDS control program. Kindly with me, let us welcome Dr. Mutumba Robert for the next session.
Thank you so much, moderator, and the protocol observed. DG, Uganda AIDS Commission, glad to see you. It is indeed a great honor to stand here. About 17 years ago, I left this university. I studied medicine and surgery from here. So when I got the invitation, and people were telling us that we will be in next to the pharmacology lecture theater, my memory quickly remembered, you know, so I'm really glad and honorable. You're also very much welcome. Briefly, I think Dr. Lois has said it all. I don't know whether she picked in my notes because whatever she has talked is what I had really, you know. But I am glad that, because even as I was coming in, I kept asking Dr. Asimwe, that is Dr. Sisi Chityo of JCRC coming, or a member from JCRC coming to participate in this discussion of cure. We cannot discuss HIV cure without the JCRC team. We want to really thank you so much for, for your commitment. A lot is being invested in this space. And as she was actually speaking to the 9 patients who got cured, some of you who might have had the opportunity to attend the International AIDS Conference, the IAS of 2022 in Germany, I had the opportunity to interact with the 2 of them. So it is not a lie. What she was saying is actually very true. And I think for me, the major limitation for now rotates around one word: the money. The money. Because when you interact with the JCRC team, she did not clearly tell us how much the cost is. But it is over and above $2 million in terms of what we established. And so for people who are managing the resources, you can imagine a decision by government to spend, because $1 million is about 3.5 billion. So that means government will have to spend 7 billion per patient to have the cure. The gene therapies that she was actually talking about, I think we might not yet be there, but it is a sign that our scientists have really advanced this to that level. The stem cell transplants, she already talked about, the bone marrows. And even as I was also trying to follow through, a number of these, actually the primary intention was to cure these patients, London, Berlin, from the advanced cancers that they had. Primarily they were doing these stem cell transplants for curing the cancers. But eventually, again, because these cells were being removed, at the end of the day, the scientists noted that actually this worked well with eliminating the virus. The same way these pharmacologists discovered the famous Viagra. I'm told that primarily the primary intention was actually to look for a drug that would lower blood pressure. But eventually, as these old men who were struggling with high blood pressure were using this sildenafil, they started reporting effects. They're like, I think previously, at that age, I think they were no longer functioning. But then after using this sildenafil, they started giving these teams that do pharmacovigilance, following up after drug has been put on the market. They started picking these other positive findings from this drug. And then later they are like, no, I think we can now use this drug, not just for lowering blood pressure, but also for managing, erectile dysfunction. So in the bid to treat these cancers among these patients, again, they noted that these transplants were working well in the cure. She has ably talked about the gene therapies, and I think, again, and thank you for simplifying that science, where we know that for you to get this disease, the body, the cells must accept there is a door for the virus. And I think she was trying to talk of the CD4, the chemokine receptors, and exactly what we see in the serodiscordant couples. Because people are asking, how come this one is positive and the other one is negative? I think it is very clear that there are incompatibility issues. The virus, it's lock and key. So you find the virus cannot, there is incompatibility. So she's like, if we work around modifying the genes and the cells and making sure that we cause incompatibility, then you find that we'll have a way forward. I've also read about strategies like shock and kill. Shock and kill, where you have a product that stimulates this virus to wake up, from where it is resting. And then the body's immune system is enhanced to come and kill it. So that's also another strategy globally that other people are trying out. But also immune modulation, where she's ably talked about enhancing the body's immunity to effectively fight and kill the virus. Strategies like block and lock, coming up with the products or strategies that come and permanently block these receptors so that the virus can no longer enter the body. Another strategy is the famous the vaccine, the immunotherapies. We've had a number of vaccine trials. There are still ongoing efforts regarding the vaccine space in terms of how do we, come up with a vaccine so that individuals can be vaccinated against this disease. It's also currently being undertaken, and I think the Makerere University Walter Reed project is also part of this strategy. She has already talked about the BNABs, the broadly neutralizing antibodies, and I wanted really, as I wrap this up, to really confirm, because I already mentioned these examples which she has already given, that we know that people have been cured, and I think the biggest question for us is how much are we investing in this space of cure? As we invest in HIV prevention, as we invest in the treatment for the AIDS, how much are we investing in the cure? From what she presented, all these interesting scientific approaches that will lead us to cure require a significant amount of resource in terms of money. So I think that's really a question for all of us to think through in terms of how much we are willing or we are committed to investing in the space of finding the cure. So in that regard, I really want to thank our scientists, the JCRC team, the teams at the Makerere University Walter Reed Project, the individuals that are participating in all these interesting trials, the Uganda Virus Research Institute that is also undertaking a number of immunotherapies in this same struggle to find a cure. You will allow me stop here for now, but I want to thank all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. For giving us these insights, perspectives, and indeed, thanks to all of you for sharing your knowledge with the audience. At this point, I'm sure the audience has been attentive enough, and they have put down a number of questions, and they would like to pose these questions to you. So I will need some help for the mic to move around. We will ask questions to the panelists, and they would interact. They will provide responses to the questions from the audience, and in no particular order. I can start. Yes, the mic will move, right? You have, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, in no particular order. Let me pose the first question. As you spot you spot the hands that are up, right? Yeah. Just a minute. Let me pose my first question to one of them. Sitting near me here is Dr. Jimmy Angopale. Dr. Jimmy Angopale, I know Uganda is a home to diverse ethnic groups with a unique knowledge of medicinal plants. So my question to you then is, how are traditional healers and modern scientists collaborating in a search for cure? And what challenges exist in this collaboration? I may not get the second chance, but I need to ask the second question. Again, to you, Jimmy Angupale. One of the ongoing challenges with the herbal therapeutics is the lack of standardization. How do we ensure that the herbal remedies used for HIV treatment are safe, effective, and free from harmful contaminants? Is there any movement towards regulation of this in Uganda? Yeah, these are the questions directed to Angopale Jimmy. Your question now, sir, and then help me move the mic round as the panelists take the questions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair, for the opportunity. My questions go to the immunologist from JCRC. I was eagerly waiting for the session, and I'm glad you gave us quite a number of possible strategies that we could utilize towards getting HIV care. My first question comes from latency reversal. And you say that we're trying to give a drug that will try to bring these cells back from all their reservoirs and then eradicate them. So my question is, when you give this drug, do all the infected cells or HIV cells come from the reverse, from all the reservoirs fully, so that we kill all of them, or some actually remain? And if they remain, will our patient really be HIV free? And that is my first question. Then the second one was about gene editing, where you clearly stated that we are trying to disable the CCR5 receptors. And to me, the CCR5 receptors are for HIV entry into the cells. So I'm looking at an HIV person whereby the cells already have the HIV within them. So if we disable this arm, are we going to stop the new cells within the same person being infected? And what do we do with the cells that already have the HIV? Do we reverse it and then cure the disease? So those were my two questions, and thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. We know so far only two panelists have received the questions. Let's make sure all of them have questions, at least one each, before we take the next round of hands. There's one behind you there, please.
Thank you so much. First, I would like to appreciate the panelists for simplifying the science for us. And I'm sure even the people who have come here have understood a lot from about HIV cure. Now, mine's about Dr. Lois, about that group from Northern Europe who don't have the CCRV receptors. How we can draw a line among that population and then the discordant cases that we have. Because I think we've not had a very clear discussion about the discordant cases that we have in Africa. So what could be the line? Why do we have good information among the people in Northern Europe who don't have that receptor? And then our discordant cases in sub-Saharan Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the panelists. Mine is not scientific, but it is more of a request. My name is Michael Barre. I work with the International Community of Women Living with HIV Eastern Africa. The question goes, according to UFIA data, the HIV burden in Uganda is higher among women. We are looking at the 7.2 versus the 4.3. And then we see that globally, women represent only 11% participation in HIV cure research. That is disproportionate. So the question is here, how can we increase representation and inclusion of women in HIV research, and particularly in cure and prevention, bearing in mind that women drive things, they are active everywhere. So if we don't involve women in HIV cure research and prevention. In Uganda, we've not seen that data anywhere, women representation. I don't know if JCRC has it, but probably that was kind of a request. Let's involve women in HIV cure research and prevention.
Thank you very much. You've really saved us. That question cuts across. It means all of them now have a question each at least. But let's get more questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator and the panelists. Chom Kamaflave is my name, from the National Forum of People Living with HIV, and from the cure respondents and the people who provide the specimen for you to do that kind of work. I'm again saying we needed to be on that table to share what it looks like to be part of the cure in this country, cure process. I'm really excited. As persons living with HIV, we are tired of swallowing medication. We are really tired. Sometimes you wake up, look at the ceiling and you say, should I continue or should I stop here? So for us, a cure is as important as yesterday required for us. From 2003, I take ARVs. At first we would take in the morning and evening. Now it has become a little bit easier. We take once a day. But we are tired. We are tired of swallowing medication. If we can have a cure. And I follow up from my colleague Bale from ICW. The women have been part of the trials for other prevention, and so we'd like to see a little bit more of the women as well to be part of the cure research. But besides being part of the cure research, we want to see ourselves on the community advisory boards for these cure programs. And we'd like to implore us as a country that we have a national community advisory board that works through the national networks of communities. One, of people living with HIV, but also those who are in prevention advocacy. So that we have a broad range. You know, we have heard of the cure, but I have not seen anyone coming to Nafofan to say, what is it you can offer to help us sensitize and mobilize communities for this cure? And we are saying we have the structures. Please, let us utilize these structures. They are static, they are immobile, they have been here for 30 years, and they can still be utilized in the cure and prevention. So the other role we play as communities is to simplify the cure language. I think you have heard Moses Supercharger, how he makes sure that you understand what it is that this cure is going to do, what the ARVs are going to do, whatever. And we all understand it in our language. And that doesn't start with Supercharger. We started with simplifying CD4 of Tafari. You know, we started going to communities of Tafari, and everyone, including my mother, who didn't know how to read or write, could understand what we are talking about as Tafari. We even simplified HIV, Mukenenya, Silimu, Munywenje, you know, and communities, we are able to simplify this technical language into our own local language. The other bit is around, which we do, is to monitor how the cure and whatever is happening. And the pharmacovigilance, I think one of you talked about, is Dr. Mtumba. Thank you for raising that. When we are doing our usual work, we see who has challenges and we report them. We document, report. Sometimes we go to NDA or to our facilities. And so our role cannot be underscored more. The most important is that we are subjects in these researches, in these trials, and we'd like to be recognized as such. In fact, we need to have, in the next conference, we need to have a panel of respondents talking about what it means to be in trials, what is the benefit, what are the challenges, how have we informed processes and programs. And then finally, I would like to say that we are looking forward to investment. You talked of 7 trillion, but we are saying it is okay if it can be invested, because we are spending so much on treatment, on education. If there is money to be spent, just one oil year can do the cure research, and then we shall be good to go. We even treat everyone, and we even stop bothering about the ARVs. But finally, we'd like to implore us that nothing that is for us should be without us, and that the principle of meaningful involvement of communities and affected populations should be upheld as we do all this kind of work. We thank you.
Thank you so much for this wonderful contribution. Before you come on board, allow me take this opportunity to recognize the presence of our dear Vice Chancellor, Professor Pauline, who has just joined us. Yeah, thank you, yes, yeah. So, in this session, Professor Pauline, we are in a very important discussion of CHIWA, advances towards CHIWA, and we have the experts here. They have already given their perspectives, and now we are giving them round of questions which they will keep discussing. And so I come to you to make your to ask you your questions. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator, and congratulations to the wonderful panel that you have led this morning. For me, it's not a question, but to take the opportunity. We have young people in the room, and I wonder if you can just give Dr. Mutumba 2 minutes to reinforce that prevention and treatment is what we are focusing on now. We are still ways away from a cure. So what technologies do we have for prevention, and what do we have for treatment as we work towards a cure? I think they were not here on Monday or Tuesday, on the first day and second day, and we might miss the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you see how we care about you young people. We will now give the mic to one of you to ask the question. There's one already this side. Yes. Could you please give the mic to one of the young student from the secondary school, I suppose, yeah.
Thank you, sir, for this great opportunity. From Western College in Barra. My question goes, for a baby who is born with HIV in her blood, like from mother to child, does that child have an opportunity to get a cure, or she will have to live with it for her life? Like there is no cure for that very born baby? Thank you.
Thank you so much. The experts are here. They will offer their perspectives. Thank you.
My name is Alindwa Mkamalicious from Barra Parents Primary School. I wanted to ask that when pregnant mothers who give birth to their babies could be infected with HIV or not? That's what I wanted to ask.
Thank you. The experts have taken note. And so if you can agree, can we give opportunity to the experts to first answer the first round of questions, and then we come back to you in the second round? Is that okay? Thank you. So in no particular order, I give the mic to them, and then, okay. Dr. Lois, looks like.
Thank you. I feel like I opened a can of worms. I opened so many questions, yet I didn't have a lot of time to go through all of this. So there was a question about latency reversal and how effective basically would this be. When you're thinking of latency reversal, Dr. Mutumba talked about shock and kill. So some of the agents used in shock and kill are basically latency reversal agents. They are drug molecules. So you give this to a person, and so the virus that is quiet and silent, no replication, that means it cannot multiply and infect other cells, but it's present. And when we talk about latency for the young folks, this happens in tissues that are poorly supplied with blood. And so immune responses and immune surveillance in that area is very low. And also the virus is like, if I'm not being troubled by the immune system, why should I bother to multiply? Let me be quiet here. And that is places like the fat cells on our bellies, the neural part, that is brain, spinal fluid, cerebral spinal fluid, that is things like your intestines, okay? So the virus is present but very quiet. So when it happens, when you give latency reversal agents or drugs, it will now awaken and it will start multiplying. But as it multiplies, and when it multiplies within the cells, it usually bursts. The cells burst in order to transmit to the next cell. And there you have to use antiretroviral therapy to clear the virus that has now been released. So it's a combination strategy. You shock it from sleep, it comes alive, and then you give antiretroviral therapy to clear. And you're asking how effective would it be? It wouldn't be a one-time thing. It would have to progressively clear this virus. So maybe it would be something that within a year, the person is cured of HIV, or within 6 months, okay? And there are studies that are looking at this, and even some clinical trials. Then someone asked a question about gene editing and disabling the CCR5 co-receptor. And basically it's a question of what happens when this occurs. So when you disable the co-receptors for HIV entry, that means that the virus cannot go in. So you've basically made those cells resistant to HIV transmission or infection. And with that gene editing, still, the new cells you would still use combination strategies. You're editing for the CCR5 in order to prevent new infection, but now the cells that were already infected will eventually die off. Like, they have a natural life cycle. They'll eventually die off, or infection will be curbed by antiretroviral therapy. Then the question of high prevalence of HIV in women, and yet very few of them are in HIV cure research. How can we increase their participation? So yes, unfortunately, there is biology, social factors that can explain why women are more affected by HIV than men, just by virtue of you being female and having a female reproductive, system makes you more susceptible than males. But also there are behavioral, social behavioral factors at play. And when it comes to HIV cure research, this is really in the nascent stages. So what we are doing is that we are including women and men, and increasing participation is a definite, because if we do not know what happens in the women, then most likely these treatments or cures would not be applicable across the population. So this is nascent research, really. So we have to give it time to grow before we say, oh, you're not involving so and so. And for the community advocates, I've heard you talk about you should have been part of the panel. I agree. And in terms of education and awareness, yes, as JCRC, we've done some work with Supercharger and his group and other advocates in trying to develop materials about HIV cure that are very, very simplified. You can pass by our tent over there so that you see the progress that we've done. And yes, we welcome more community engagement so that the work we do is not just for our scientific curiosity, but in actual sense, it has impact on the community that needs it. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think I'll stretch a bit. As per the request from Jackie to speak to the young people, I want to begin by saying to all of us, both the young and the old, we've seen through the discussions that have happened here so far that prevention is, people say better, but I want to say easier than cure. You've heard what it will take us, the costs involved in looking for the cure. The money is in million US dollars. It is in billions. As much as we are working towards reducing the costs, it is very clear that prevention is easier, is cheaper, is better than cure. When you look at our statistics, apologies, I missed some of the sessions, but our data shows that the last UNAIDS report indicated that as much as we've had a significant reduction in the new infection burden from about 100,000 per year around 2010 to 36,000 as of last year. If you attempt to divide that figure, 36,600, I divided that by 336 days in a year, and I got an answer of 100 new infections per day for HIV. New infections per day, 100. So for you can calculate and even get to the level of how many individuals are getting HIV per minute. And of those, approximately 33, 34 occur among the young people who are seated here. So that makes it very, very critical for us to embrace prevention, including both the young people and the adults. But for the young people particularly, the issue is for the young person to understand why they are in school. As long as that young person gets to, I think for me that's the starting point. There are so many young people that are in school because their parents put them in the cars and drop them in the school. So many of them don't actually appreciate why they are in school. And the moment you lose focus, you will not be able to finish school. For the young girls who are here, if you do not know why you are in that school, if you think you're studying because your mom, your dad asked you to study, if you're in the university and you're in the university because, you know, maybe your parents forced you to get that degree, you are going to be in a lot of trouble because then you will lose focus. For the young girls, what will happen is that you'll get impregnated. And the moment you become impregnated, your future starts darkening. Instead of, you know, we know education really makes the future brighter. But for you, if you're a young girl, even if you're a university girl and you get into the business of, you know, having sex, left, right, you know your future, instead of becoming bright, it is now going to become dark. So as much as government, together with partners, and will undertake a number of efforts, there is a common saying in Uganda, it goes that it is your individual responsibilities. The parents will talk, my dear daughter, you are going to school, please focus, please study. But as long as you've not understood that you're the primary beneficiary of your education, we can talk about so many things. Do this, please abstain. People will talk, and for sure people have really talked. But you know, a lot of this is not working just because definitely there are a number of modalities, you know, and for the young people, yes, we have a strategy, but you know, this strategy of ours, again, applies to different groups. Primarily, when you look at, for example, the ABC strategy, abstain, the young people who are in the school. But the young people who are in the school, you are unlikely going to hear people telling you to be faithful because you didn't go to school to form marriages. Then you find being faithful is going to apply to another group of what? Of people. Unless maybe you want to tell us that you are in relationships, you are in that kind of business. But for me, I think my point is clear. I wanted to summarize it that way, particularly to the young people. Appreciate, understand the reason why you are at school. Understand that you are the primary beneficiary of your education. And you see, and I actually told some young people somewhere that my parents paid school fees for me. But when I earn my salary, it is me to sit and even think through how much I should send it to them. Am I lying? It means I am the primary beneficiary. I am the primary beneficiary. And the moment you fail to appreciate that you are the primary beneficiary of education and not your guardian, not that person who is helping you, you're going to lose focus. You'll acquire HIV and, you know, other STIs, other sexually transmitted infections, including the teenage. Colleagues, the latest report indicates that we still have 1,000 girls impregnated every day in this country. 1,000. Initially, I thought it was an error. But then I went and checked on so many resources and found the answer is the same. So you can also calculate 1,000 girls per day. If you multiply by 365 days in a year, that is the burden in terms of number of young people. And yet the future of Uganda lies on the health of these young people. In fact, if these young people do not take these issues seriously, we may not even as a country achieve our vision 2040 of really becoming that middle income developed country. I thank you.
Let me also stretch my legs. Thank you very much. I had two questions about the involvement of traditional healers and how they collaborate with the scientists in streamlining the quality of natural therapeutics and also in the process of finding cure. But before I go into that question, there's something that triggered my mind when the gentleman here was asking about the involvement of women in research for cure. As much as gender is very important, but when it comes to cure, to me, it's not really about who finds the cure, but the most important thing is, do we have the cure? Can we get it? Can we have a team, technical team, that has the capacity to be able to find what we want? And by the way, it doesn't matter where the cure comes from, whether it's from the molecular biologists, whether it is from the traditional healers, it is from natural product scientists. All we want is to have a cure, something which is cost effective, something which is efficacious, something which can actually treat HIV and AIDS completely. You could hear the lady down there talking about if a child is born with HIV, is the cure now just for people who are already grown up, or can the child find also the same cure? So the feelings, what is associated with the treatment of HIV is really depressing. So we really now want to focus on who, not on who, but where can we get the cure? And we need to keep open mind in this search for cure. It could come from natural products, it could come within us, it could come from gene therapy or whatever it is. So we need to have open mind. Now, moving to the question of how do we work with the traditional healers or the herbalists in finding cure for HIV. I know when it comes to traditional medicine, there's a lot of controversy around it in terms of efficacy, in terms of the quality of the product, in terms of some spiritual affiliations to some of these methods of treatment. But if you benchmark from developed countries like China, where I've been from in the last 1 month, you realize that the scientists in China have actually worked with the traditional knowledge. And the beauty with it is that this knowledge has been documented for over 5,000 years ago. Now, if you go to stories like artemisinin that were discovered in China for malaria that we all benefit from today, you realize that the research stemmed from a 5,000 years ago document, which they call Materia Medica, from which they were able to find a recipe that was used by traditional healers, and from that recipe is where they are able to isolate the compound that has saved millions in treatment of malaria. So that is the approach that we are taking now as the researchers of natural products, and also working with the local communities. I know we've talked about Farm Bio Track, how it has worked with in the area of natural products. So one of the approaches has been to document the traditional knowledge. And once this information is documented, then the scientific aspect of this knowledge now comes on board. The scientists now have to investigate, how does it work? What are the compounds in it? Can we isolate? Can we standardize this treatment into a capsule, a tablet, or a better dosage form that can be adopted in the healthcare system? So those are the approaches that we are focusing on right now. And we cannot do this alone. It needs a multidisciplinary approach, working with the community, government, because when it comes to regulation, we have to work with the National Drug Authority and other agencies like Ministry of Health to be able to put this together. And then when it comes to also how are we standardizing, I'm sure the first day there was a presentation on clinical trials. And as you may know, in the country we already have what we call clinical trials of natural products. That's established in Makerere University. So it has already an effort to standardize these treatment modalities. So it's just a matter of having the evidence that actually these medicines work, and how can we present them in the most standardized way so that everybody can be able to access them in a stable and efficacious way. I think that is the approach we should have, and I still want to repeat that we need to keep open mind. It does not matter where the cure comes from, whether it comes from the traditional healer, whether it comes from the gene therapy, whether it comes from a chemist, or whichever area it comes from. Let us keep open mind and welcome any innovation that is possible. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, distinguished panelists. I know Dr. Stephen Ashimwe started, and it will be in order to also let him end it. And for the participants that still have questions, we may unfortunately not have time for those questions, but please write them down, and these experts will answer your questions. So maybe, yeah.
Before I go on, Chair, through you, let's allow Lois to address something quick, and then.
Thank you so much. There was a gentleman who asked me about discordant cases in Africa, and talking about whether we have a similar group of people that have that CCR5 evidence that we have a similar protective mutation in the CCR5. However, with the discordant cases that we are seeing, at least in Uganda, the work that has been shown is that either they have very strong immune responses, it's like, to simplify it, if our CD4 cells were like soldiers, right? There are some of like the snipers or whatever. So these people who usually are in discordant cases, their immune system is at the level of, yet other simple, if we see the virus, the cell will just, use a simple gun. So what do we learn from that kind of nature, from the people who are able to control viral load without treatment and the discordant cases? Can we replicate what we see in nature and translate it into treatment or cure? So whatever we see in nature, you're like, can I replicate it? Can I translate it into potential treatment or cure in order to eliminate the disease? Because already nature says this is protective. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Lois, and thank you, Chair and Co-Chair. I guess I will wrap this up by saying that someone said that the biggest challenge we have when it comes to finding a cure is money. But to that, I actually wanted to add that another biggest challenge to finding a cure is ethical. So there is a very serious ethical question when it comes to cure research. And Flavia, we hear you about your request that the community should be on this panel. In fact, we have identified another partner who should be on this panel, who is UNCST. So the next time us as Uganda AIDS Commission do a panel on an HIV cure, we'll try to have the community there and also to have the Uganda National Council of Science and Technology, because it appears that they have already started thinking about guidelines and frameworks, but mostly from the side of research. So for us as Uganda AIDS Commission, we would certainly be interested in guidelines and policies from the side of interventions. And the ethical question is very serious because in summary, we have talked about, let's say, about 4 different approaches. We have talked about possibly bone marrow transplantation. We have talked about the gene therapies. We have talked about the various antiretroviral therapy-based approaches, and we have talked about the herbal kind of based remedies. All of them are associated with serious challenges. The high-tech gene therapy and bone marrow therapy, when we are here, we try to simplify them. So Dr. Lois will tell you that they will give you stem cells and replace your bone marrow. That sounds simple, but it is much, much more complicated than it sounds. It is taking you through a machine, and you come out on the side of the other, or on the other side of the machine without an immune system. It is impossible to exist in this dimension without an immune system. So such people would need to go into a capsule, like literally, but the doctors have ways how they will tell you that we will do this, we will do that, to make sure that you can continue to exist without an immune system until your immune system develops. That is a serious ethical issue. And that is, I think, why the IRBs are struggling to deal with cure research. Because someone comes to you with a proposal of a herbal remedy. They want to try a herbal remedy, but the rule is that before you try anything, you must show that it works. But at the same time, in order to show that something works, you have to study it. So you can't study. So we will need even some kind of dialogue between the IRBs and the scientists. And so I think for me, in addition to the money, we have to add the serious ethical challenges that are associated with an HIV cure. And I am really glad that this panel, all of you, when we invited you, you came. And I hope when we invite you to the next panel where we'll add community and UNCST and possibly other key players, you will come. I think we have taken note of Jimmy's comment of in China when they were developing these therapies, they relied on traditional knowledge, but that traditional knowledge is documented. Our own documentation of traditional knowledge is kind of shaky. So that is another reason where we need to look. So I could go on and on, but I have to stop here. And this is clearly a sign that we'll need another panel where we can invite more players in the future.
Another round of applause for these distinguished panelists. Thank you so much for really providing such thought-provoking discussion. We all leave this place knowing that there will be one day a possibility for finding cure, but of course there are already inherent limitations ahead of us as well. But yeah, a journey of 1,000 miles will always start with a step, and I'm happy that we are really thinking. Thank you so much. And I now also take this singular honor to thank very much my co-chair, Dr. Gilbert Mateka. And I welcome you to the audience to resume your seats. Thank you. Over to you, MC.
So a round of applause for the chair and co-chair. Yeah, this is advanced science. We thank you for taking us through. So for us who have been moderating the jar or emceeing, it looks like we are coming to our expiry. And before I hand over to the next session, I would just want to recognize the presence of key dignitaries in our midst, including, of course, our own host, the Vice Chancellor, who is back with us here. You're welcome, Professor. And I wanted to introduce, in a special way, our keynote speaker for the next session. He prayed for us this morning. Is the Right Reverend Associate Professor Fred Sheldon Mwesgwa. I know him. I have attended several of his meetings. I know that he's an alumni of Leeds University for both his PhD and master's level. He's an associate professor of religious education at Bishop Stewart University, in addition to being our bishop of the Ankole Diocese since 2010. But he has worked, of course, in academia. He has been a dean and lecturer at university, at UCU Mukono. He has been a deputy headmaster of important schools like Entari School and Chipurura High School. He's a publisher. He usually writes in the newspapers. He has published several books, and he's our keynote speaker for the next session, which is about sustainable HIV response to end AIDS, a young people's perspective. You give him a round of applause and we welcome him. You're welcome, Lord Bishop. Thank you. Of course, chairing the next session is none other than Honorable Margaret Ayebare Ruebyambo. You can see on the program, they know only two names. Me, I know all the three. Honorable Margaret Ayebare Ruebyambo, woman MP for Mbara District. Woman MP, she's my MP. I am her voter. My vote is hers forever. Clap for me. She's a member of the parliamentary committee, health committee, but she was formerly a member of the parliamentary committee on HIV and AIDS and related matters. She's formerly a health worker. She's trained as a social worker with a master in social sector management and planning, but we have been with her in the trenches within Kampala, offering health services to vulnerable population groups. I am not pleased to report to you, Madam Honorable MP, that we learned in the last 2 days that the population of sex workers in Mbarara is 4,400. The population of sex workers in Kampala is 1,589. So the sex workers here are 3 times those ones in Kampala. And I know the problem is that there are more men who can afford to buy the services. But as honorable MP, as woman MP, this is a problem. We are number 1, and it's not Mbarara alone, it is the whole of Ankole. When we rank the number of sex workers, we take a run shares Ankole with around 30,000 sex workers. South of Uganda, including Masaka, they come in, including the fishing communities, they come in a distant second at like 23 or 25,000 there. So there is so much work to do. The next session, which is the Federal Retire Memorial Day commemoration, and the official closure of the 2.5 Symposium, will be emceed by none other than Mr. Kachina Muhereza Valentino. Stand up for recognition. He's our MC for the next session, but I'm told he's needed at the president's function somewhere. So Mr. Kachina, I've known him for a long time. He's a professional journalist with a bachelor's degree in journalism. He has worked in the Vision Group. He has been on the radios all over here. So for us from Mbarara, we know him very well, but I think they are not giving him enough money. So he decided to become a comedian. He's a senior comedian and entertainer, known nationally. In fact, because of that talent, we traveled with him on the invitation of Honorable Winnie Byanyima, the executive director of UNAIDS, to launch the Global Alliance to End Pediatric HIV. I traveled with him to Dar es Salaam, so he's our Global Alliance champion on the invitation of UNAIDS. But he's also a champion in various causes, health causes, under the Ministry of Health, including the Stop TB, Stop Malaria, and he has worked with various HIV organizations, including Rahu, Reach a Hand Uganda, ICWEA. So he's one of us. He's a health worker, but he uses comedy to deliver his services, and he's a journalist, so he's quite skilled in communication. Mr. Kachina, of course, before I sign out, I have been co-MC with a young, right honorable speaker. Thank you, sir, for the good work you have done.
Welcome.
Maybe I would want you to impress the Vice Chancellor. What are your takeaways from this meeting? Like 3.
Thank you so much, my MC. My name is Elvis Ayebare. I'm doing medicine year 5. I've been honored to have co-MC'd on this event. And I was enlightened on a number of things. And there are things that one should not live here without. First of all, statistics say that we had 61% reduction in new HIV infections, which was against the target of 65%. And we had reduced reduction in HIV death by around 63% against the target of 65%. And also had maternal mother-to-child transmission reduced by 6 point. It is now at around 6.12%, but the target is around 5%. And that shows that we are still below the target and quite a lot to do.
In summary,
so specifically, what I cannot actually fail to say is that now the new infections are at around 37,000 against a target of around 18,200. And 33% of those are young people, adolescent girls and young women. And that shows that we as young people have a lot of work to do. It is a call to action, not just to save ourselves, but a generation. So I call upon each and everyone, impressed with the young people here, that we should embrace this fight and have an end to HIV. Thank you so much.
You clap for him. You are just fine to be the right honorable speaker. Thank you. You have run so much. I know you ran so much. It will all be summarized at one moment. I want to invite you, Mr. Muhereza Kachina, come and take over and usher his scene into the next ceremony. But remember, some people are hungry, I can see. So do it in your own magic and usher in a scene for break team. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being a good audience.
Thank you so much, Mr. Byamukama. The church, led by our beloved bishop. Ladies and gentlemen, as they said, my name is Valentine Muhereza Kachina. And briefly, because if I was a doctor, I would straight away go to
why I'm here. But because I'm a comedian, it is also good for people to know why, like Uganda AIDS Commission could invite me here to speak to expert like you. But because of COMED, I found I was talented, but with less books. So after working with Vision Group for some time, I had to go back because I left Senior 4 in 2005. But after 12 years, I went back to A-level here at Weldon, where I finished my A-level and joined Bishop Stewart University, got my bachelor's degree in journalism and mass comm. As I talk now, and in my second year at Victoria University, doing my master's degree in diplomacy and global studies. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we end AIDS to the younger generation, education is key. One of the biggest roles of journalists is they usually talk about three: inform, educate, and entertain. But there is another one called translate. Right about we are here. When we talk about target audience, we are in Western region, but all speakers are using English only, including me. That means we are somehow losing on target what? Audience, and they are saying Mbalala is leading in HIV. So what does it mean? The Baganda have a proverb which says, "Bwe enswa bwe chusa amaso nawe ochuse envubu." What is enswa? Enswa ni enswa kumwe mtakuzuma mzironda internet. But when you want to collect them, you have to get an anthill where they are located. Then you trap them. You have to put like a blanket, then you put light here, then you put a hole, you trap them. But with time, the light, because of nature, it changes where they are supposed to come out. So from east, they can start coming out from here. So you have to change the hole and put it here. Ladies and gentlemen, things have changed, starting from how we market or we are educating our people. I will use an example. They are saying that 70% of the data you buy in your offices goes on TikTok, if you didn't know. So, if we don't also somehow add on how we can use those social medias that the Gen Zs want, please, we are out. Today we commemorate the death of Fide Bongore Rutaya, and how he declared that he was HIV positive, and he was a musician. His talks led to a lot of things, like people who used to think that they were bewitched came to know people, of course, we still have stigma and discrimination, but at least his coming up reduced somehow, somewhere. Now, as he said, I was invited by UNAIDS in 2023. When I went there with Madam Jackie, you can stand up for recognition. I can tell you, if speakers are speaking, you monitor. Almost 80% of cameras had gone down until when they brought me to talk. I'm not bragging, but we are seeing how can we use, maybe, because we used to have like 3 hours of Minister of Health visited lesson radio. But the young Gen Zs do not want to listen to health programs. What do? There's what we call a squeeze back. What is a squeeze back? This is a screen on TV. So maybe there is sports here. Manchester is with Arsenal. Then aside here, the message for health can pass through because the Gen Zs are there in big number. But for you, if you call them in the program, you are targeting them, but you are using methods that the youth do not want. Also, as a comedian, I want to bring out this. When they said the Fort Portal and Mbarara were leading in HIV, some people in media used the comedy, laughing statements when people are actually dying. There's one journalist who said on TV, he was chased away, that now, because Mbarara HIV is too high, when you are, after sleeping with a girl, you boil your water and you wash your, I mean, how, because my master's course I studied diplomacy and global studies. What do we study there? We study first how to negotiate. We do alternative dispute resolution. We do also peacekeeping. And that's why I went in different organizations. Where do I get the appetite of doing that? Because I worked with Rurawu, Richa and Uganda. I worked with Ubuntu Nation, and the slogan was saying humanity towards others. I work in Ministry of Health under National TB and Leprosy Program and Uganda Stop TB Partnership. But the ministry does not pay me monthly service, money. But I actually, at times, we are given like 400 to go to Kampala. I use like 800 to go with my cameras to capture. But when I bring the message, it is delivered. So I think it is not only money. And you can only get that appetite after knowing people who have volunteered. We had that Elake Dube used to come to Uganda and perform for free. All money could go to children, not because he was rich. But you have to have humanity towards others. So, as a comedian, we can see how to use not only me, but how to use people who are talented, but with experience. If they don't have experience, you take them through training. The problem that we get now, people on TikTok who have the biggest following, and you give them to market Uganda AIDS Commission. Have you researched where they got that following from? Maybe they were opposing government. Maybe they were moving halfway naked. They got it. Then now they returned into marketing. You need to look for people, though they have biggest following, but what is their name around there? So how do we achieve that? We have to train them. We have also to get those who are interested in advocating, ladies and gentlemen. Our Vice Chancellor, Professor Pauline Biachika, I've got research that you have budget for influencing that. Please go on, but also other universities. I'm a brand ambassador of Victoria University. So let me also go and talk to Professor Lawrence Muganga and all other universities. To continue, we can add, but still we need to see how we can spice up, shorten the message, dramatize the message, but with, of course, with message. Okay? So, I don't want to talk much, but when I went to Dar es Salaam, I want to answer someone who asked about that if a child is born with HIV. Now, we said prevention is better than cure. Let's go back and talk about antenatal. Abakazi bito mbyaro, they used to say anyonka zarabani ikumi without antenatal. But things change. Why do things change? Because of nature, because of what we eat, because of climate. Now we say, people, even those women who go for antenatal, they usually go there once. If she tests, she's negative, and the husband is negative, they stop from there. But from the training we got, almost every month go there. Because there is what we call SGBVs, or sexual and gender-based violences, whereby after any disagreement with a man can get his money. In Nyankwe, there is what we call okugunga. Okugunga is when a woman refuses to sleep with the husband. So the husband gets annoyed, gets his money from his coffee, and goes in town and buys sex workers. Yet you had tested negative, but in those 2 months, he comes when he is positive. So if you don't continue going for antenatal, it becomes a problem. And if you go for antenatal checking and they find you are HIV positive, they start medication on a woman until they give birth. But even if at birth a child gets HIV, the doctors have what to do to make sure that that HIV stops on that day, or the boy grows with it, but it does not affect him. So those women who do not want to go to get birth in hospitals, you are likely to get a lot of challenges. I know we can talk a lot. I have a channel called Kachina Media. We have offices in Katete. I offer my services, I swear, because I've worked with ICWE. I've seen Adela. Please stand up. International Community of Women Living with HIV. It was from this, because they were sponsored by UNAIDS, I didn't know. So they sent my video in a report to UNAIDS. So Madam Winby Anyama and team were able to say that this person, since he can do this, he can also come to Dar es Salaam with other countries and he contributes. And among my contribution, the Minister of Health is using it. World Health Organization is using it, amongst other people. So may you use us and other people, may you guide us. We are willing even to go for more training and get a lot. But lastly, we can use also, for instance, I usually talk about it and people think it is a lie. I was the best student in senior 4 in physics in Uganda in 2005. How did I do it? I used my name. I'm called Valentine Muhereza. But Valentine in English is Valentine. But that in physics means velocity, acceleration, length, effort, Newton, time, initial velocity, Newton's law of motion, and efficiency. When I went back to school, I was almost failing because I had spent many years without being in school. But because I was maybe blessed, I was at Wedding, but a certain teacher came from Citizen High School, said, I'm not your teacher, but I can just help you. I know you are busy. I can help you at least to pass some papers. So he told me the causes of World War I using Quran work. So he said World War I was called by a word called Aine camps. So I said, what is Aine camps? He said A-I-N-E, then C, but instead of C, he said you put K. A-M-P-S. So he said World War I was called by A. Army's race. The army want to fight to show superiority. Then I, imperialism. Then M, militarism. Then P, the role of the press. If press is used bad, it can also bring things. Then S, we call them Sarajevo double murder. So he brought only one word that now helped me to get the all answers. So we can see how we can, because if you ask like the word na for fun, I don't think that a person whom you want to save will understand. So you need to see how you can bring these words. There is a man who was asked that, what is NSSF in full? He said, Nenywera sente sagara fitna. Bashanga chichire. But in actual sense, it is not right, but he crams it from that day. Takabasa kuchebwa. I contributed much in bringing our bridge back when I introduced it to His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. So if I can work in Rahu, Richard, Uganda, I worked in Mental Health, Uganda, I'm in Minister of Health, now I'm in Uganda AIDS Commission, now I'm a brand ambassador of Victoria University, brand ambassador of many institutions, even of Inspire Coffee. I'm now leading a team of Unstoppable. In fact, let us thank His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni as I conclude. It is from him. One is the one championing ending AIDS before 2030. But also it is because of his peace that we are unstoppable. Must University did not start as it is, but because of the peace, because of continued peace, it is able to continue, even Uganda AIDS Commission. So let us support him and his flag bearers. Let us support our country. Let's love each other and support and end HIV even before 2030. But also alcohol contributes much to AIDS and TB. How? When you are drunk, you cannot remember to buy a condom. You can, even if you buy, you will not remember to use it. Even you will forget that there is time for paying. So alcohol also contributes much. I beg to leave my contact so that maybe in case there is anything that I'm needed to do, please, I will be able to offer my services. 0782 69 55 33. Of course, my email is kachina256@gmail.com. The rest we shall get each other, and we are here to work. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let us end AIDS together. I thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kachina, for marketing yourself. We are going to break for break tea. We know you're hungry, and I cannot stop apologizing for keeping you hungry and for keeping you long. So we shall be moving to the tents. The ushers are going to come in. Our guests, our dignitaries, the ushers will come in. So we are breaking for tea, and we shall have a 20-minute tea break. And as usual, the hungriest, those who arrived earliest, they go first. So Hope will be guiding our chief guests and our dignitaries to a special tent. But the rest of us who usually come with me, we already have the meal cards. We can go to this corner. We are told that our guest of honor is within the vicinity. The Honorable Minister for the Presidency is about to join us for the filial tie commemoration and closure of the symposium. So let's be quick, 20 minutes, and we start counting now. And the prayer for tea. The prayer for tea, don't rush. If you get choked, you have yourself to blame.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for your provisions you've always made to us. And Lord, you've prepared for us breakfast. May you sanctify it and bless it. As we have it, share it in our lives so that we're energized as we continue serving you under the lordship and the headship of your Holy Spirit. Through Jesus Christ, Lord, we pray.
Thank you, Rev. So we can have our tea in 20 minutes and reconvene for the final ceremony.
Must they come? Then we follow the program. It's already past time. Kind of an You can call them.
We are preparing ourselves.
So you're not ready yet.
We are coming. We are coming now.
If you don't, we are going to lose an opportunity.
No, they are just moving. They are so
But
tired.
time is moving very
Hurry up.
quickly.
Mercy.
Those who are ready can start going with their seats.
So what is the name?
Barra Parents Primary School. Give me the sweater. Alicia's.
Yes, as we continue to have our breakfast, I'm not sure if it is still breakfast at this time, but nonetheless, it will serve the purpose. So, as you continue to take tea and winding up, we have an interesting next item. We have a very good poem from the very old people from Barra Parents Primary School. So we're going to give them a chance and they present to us as we are winding up with our breakfast. And let us give them energy as they take up their space. And we get to hear from them.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nisima Grace. I am a teacher and a music trainer from Barra Parents Primary School. Barra Parents Primary School is a school under Father Bash Foundation. It has an enrollment of 1,800 children. Most of these children are orphans and they are picked from streets and slums of Uganda. So we have some of the kids who are AIDS victims. So when we heard of the campaign supported by our head teacher, Madame Jacqueline Chemereire, we choir members, we said we can compose something such that we join the campaign to teach the world. Or otherwise, thank you very much. We are much humbled to present to you.
Ladies and gents, we are Barra Parents Primary School with a poem entitled the silent war. We are sobbing, we are crying, we are shedding tears, tears jeered by HIV jeers.
Did you know that 1.4 million people in Uganda face a silent war?
Yes, we knew.
Did you know that in Imbarara City the number of AIDS patients has increased even more?
Yes, we knew.
Did you know that the women's percentage is a bit more?
Yes, we knew. Estimated percentage 6.5%, 3.5%, 0.5% in women, men, children, respectively, fighting the silent war of HIV.
Ho, 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 ho. We are dying, we are groaning, we are suffering. The cut is too deep, the scars are too real, the pain is too real. HIV, human immunodeficiency virus. It walks in the darkest night, though it has no feet. It hides in silence, swift and flipped. It's quiet, but complete. It walks slowly, 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 and silently it reaches door to door. Like a thief at night, it steals joy from the poor. Every home whispers, the pain is too much to bear. The pain is too much to bear. The pain is too much to bear. Ignorance like a stubborn goat. People don't want to listen. They have eyes but they don't want to see. They have ears but they don't want to hear.
Okay, listen now. Listen carefully. HIV is spread through sharing sharp objects. It moves from a mother to a child during birth. It is also spread through blood-to-blood contact. Then, unsafe choices. Choices like having unprotected sex, where protection is ignored and risk is taken.
Adultery, a sin that has been ignored. It has been taken as if it is normal. Old people yearn for young boys and girls. Musai Muto are what they use. Can you imagine? Ekibiti kisherekwa shikorebo mu mwirima konka kimanywa kitandika mpora mpora n'obunuzi bwingi munonga konka mheru yakyo ni gehena. Then men and boys buy in halves and kilos. Haza sirimu ya janjara speeding yebicu by'ecanda neyakako muriro gw'ecanda neyosyanko muriro gw'amanda konka abantu batinire noshangu nibanywa amacunda ayibambewe.
Fever comes and lingers. Night sweats drip like raindrops. Cough that keeps returning. Dry and stubborn in the chest.
Tiredness, weight fails, swollen glands around the neck, infections that keep returning. HIV is so cunning. Who is to blame? Are leaders to blame? Who is condemned? Is the government condemned? Leaders on tension, citizens on tension, health workers on tension.
Children have a question why our nation is on tension.
We are doomed.
We are doomed. What should we do? Tulia, tulia. Kuna njia, kuna njia. Kuna tumaini, kuna tumaini. Hapa kuja jibu la hiyo makaa. Turn to prevention. Prevention, a golden shield that guards our homes and futures. Prevention is better than cure. Prevention is the pathway of hope. Turn to protection. Protection is another armor. Let condoms stand like soldiers. Sharp objects must be clean and new. Don't dare share. Turn to education. Educate mothers how to care for pregnancies and breastfeeding, so babies will be free. Teach young and old about HIV and AIDS. Avoid ignorance. Let knowledge be your lantern in the darkest night. Be wise in making choices, for a single careless moment may make you lose a tournament. Avoid risky roads. They may carry heavy loads. Shun stigma, shun shame. Stop stigma. Test early and know your status. Take PrEP when at risk. Take ARVs. They stop the virus to grow. Our treatment should be embraced. In doing so, community shall bloom. Bloom without a wall. Family shall smile. Smile without a wall. Our nation shall blossom. Blossom without a wall. For the silent war shall stop by 2030. Read Jeremiah chapter 32 verse 27. Bye.
Yes, yes, let's give them a more deserving hand clap. And you can, more of you can do what she has done. Really, I think they have deserved quite is more significant appreciation. I would like to pass on a few bits of information. As we said, as I've been saying, we have a number of health services in our GSR tent. We have a number of tents there, and as they have been doing their activities, we have reported 25 people so far only have tested for HIV, and 17 are males, 8 are females. We have identified one positive person from this screening who has been referred for care. And TB, we have 18 people who have screened non-communicable diseases like pressure, diabetes, and 16 PrEP services. So what is the point? The point is let us continue to engage and utilize them. We also have X-ray in case you have symptoms, coughing, difficulty breathing, chest pain. They are free, go and you get those services rendered to you. Then also we currently have an announcement. There's going to be a Mpumo Marathon in Bushenyi on the 30th of this month. And we have kids around. Who's the lady selling kids? Yeah, she's here. Kids are here with her. Reach out to her, get a kit, and participate in that marathon. I think, Mike MC, if you're ready, we have to continue to another session. And personally, I was so much, not just surprised, but impressed with the young people from Bara parents. They have conveyed a message in a way that Kachaina was advocating. It was interesting, everyone was paying attention, it was dramatic, but importantly, we learned. And that is the key way to go in terms of spreading this message so that it reaches the target point or the target audience directly. I'm going to hand over to my co-MC who will usher in the next session. Over to you, Dr. Dan.
So thank you, co-MC, Right Honorable. We are glad to have you back, all of you, for the last part of our symposium, which is a Fidel Tire commemoration and closure. So before I invite the chair for the next session, I wanted all of you who paid attention to the poem by the kids. Where is the teacher? The teacher for the students. The teacher for the, who taught, who was the instructor of the students. I want you to stand up and they clap for you. With your students, please bring your teacher, because the sequencing of the message showed a detailed and practical understanding of what needs to be done and what needs to be done. So let the teacher come and we clap for her or him. So let's clap for the teacher. We look forward to having as many schools and many young people and many teachers able to deliver the message in such precision. At this juncture, as we commence our last part of the proceedings, I want to invite, you can press on the mic, Honorable Ayabare Margaret Rebiambo to take over the chairmanship and guide us through the last part of our session. So we can welcome the new chair with a round of applause, please. I don't know where you want to chair from here. Bring a chair for you. Yes. You're the teacher?
Thank you so much, Dr. Danny. And good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank God that I've been given this opportunity to chair this session, which is the last session of this 4th HIV and AIDS Symposium. I want to first of all recognize our keynote speaker who is in the house, our Lord Bishop, Fred Sheldon Mwesigwa. I will also recognize the Vice Chancellor Mast. Another recognition is of board members of Uganda AIDS Commission. Then the Director General, Uganda AIDS Commission. Country Director, UN AIDS. Development partners, ministries, departments, and agencies, members of local governments represented here. I can see the district chairperson in Mbarara district. I also want to recognize people living with HIV and AIDS who are in this house, and also recognize young people who are present. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have this session so fast. Our session, from the objectives of this symposium, it is the 3rd objective, commemoration of Fire Bongere Lutaya. And when I look at this objective, the 3rd one, we are looking at how to advocate for a stigma-free HIV and AIDS response. We all know who Fire Lutaya was, what he did to this country as far as HIV and AIDS is concerned. Fire Lutaya in 1989 gave HIV and AIDS a human face. Around that time, many people thought about HIV as a ghost. They thought HIV and AIDS was something else that was not related to a disease. But we want to remember Fire Rutaya as the first Ugandan person of a class that gave HIV and AIDS a human face. He was the courageous HIV and AIDS activist and Ugandan great musician. And we want to remember him as one person who impacted public awareness in fighting stigma as far as HIV is concerned. And when we are commemorating him, looking at how to advocate stigma-free HIV and AIDS, I think we are doing a right thing. In this last session, we are going to have a statement by young people. And these ones will be represented by His Excellency Aruho Luke Rwabuturumba, Guild President Must. And I believe he's in the house. So, after the presentation of His Excellency Lake Ariho, we are going to have a testimony. And a testimony is going to be given by an ambassador from AIDS Information Center. And the second one will be given by a member of people living with HIV and AIDS. And specifically, it will be by Madame Flavia. We are also going to have an entertainment immediately after those two people have presented. And later after that, that's when we'll have our keynote speaker. So I want us to put our hands together and welcome our next speaker, His Excellency Aruho Lucky Rwabuturumba, Guild President Must. You keep on clapping until the presenter reaches the stage. Next time it will be you, they will give you half of the clap. And then by the time you reach here, you're just alone. You keep on clapping until he comes in. You're welcome.
Thank you so much, moderator, for the session. And to all the attendees, a good afternoon, I believe, to all of us. As you can see on the presentation, my name is Ariho Lucky Rwabuturumba. I'm a fifth-year medical student, and I am the Guild President of Barrow University of Science and Technology Students Guild. I am a seasoned peer educator. By peer educator, I mean someone who teaches people in his age group, especially in issues regards to sexual and reproductive health rights. And it is on that basis and that little experience that I stand here before you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to speak about young people as pillars of communication, advocacy, and mobilization in the fight for a sustainable response against HIV and AIDS in Uganda, with a vision and a mission to end HIV by 2030. We'll note that young people have been some of the biggest beneficiaries in the fight against HIV so far, both directly and indirectly. I remember when we used to be, when we were in primary school, they used to emphasize the difference between those two words, those who are affected and those who are infected by HIV/AIDS. And most times, we as young people would regard ourselves as people who were affected. We did not think a lot as people who would not think about ourselves as people who were infected with HIV. That was over 15 years ago. Unfortunately, you can say there has been quite some change, but we will come to that later. There have been steps taken. Of course, mother-to-child transmission has reduced from 20,000 cases in 2010 to around 5,900. Sorry about that. There's been a very significant change, almost being eliminated, mother-to-child transmission. Of course, if a child gets HIV from their mother, at the end of the day, they end up suffering not from themselves being careless, but from, effects of a generation back. Young men have also been the biggest beneficiaries of voluntary medical male circumcision, which is, by the way, one of the biggest prevention measures for HIV, with up to 50% of the people who have received this service being young men below the age of 25. We have had also several programs targeting adolescent boys and young men and adolescent girls and young women implemented so far. However, I noted that these were some of the biggest victims of the executive order by President Donald Trump. And there were some of the programs which were cut immediately. And when the funding was restored partially, they were not reconsidered. We also note that great strides have been taken and made in achieving the 95-95-95 target, where for my fellow young men here who may not know these figures, I can see a number of them, means that 95% of all people living with HIV know their status, 95% of people diagnosed with HIV receive sustained ARVs, and 95% of all people receiving ARTs achieve viral suppression. Uganda has achieved 94, 90, and 97 in this regard, which are rather great strides. Coming back to our theme for today, which is building a sustainable HIV response to end AIDS as a public health threat, I decided to build on this theme because we cannot start speaking about the position of young people in this response without actually understanding what it is. Many of us here will realize and recognize that HIV has been one of the most important public health threats in Uganda over the past nearly 30 years. It has been one of the biggest receptions of funding, both public funding and donor funding. However, we also note that there has been a slight shift in priority. So that is why we must talk about building a sustainable HIV response to end HIV/AIDS as a public health threat today. Coming back to the reality, we ask a question as young people. How can we build a sustainable HIV/AIDS response, yet its foundation is cracking? As you can see from the table, in the year 2022, ending 2022, these are statistics from 2023, we had nearly 52,000 new HIV infections, and of these, 19,000 were young people, and adolescents and children contributed to over 13,000. And for us, this is a huge, very big problem. Uganda cannot end HIV/AIDS by 2030 if the youth bulge remains the epicenter of new infections and poor treatment outcomes. We note that 63% of all new infections are among younger people. By younger people, I mean below the age of 25. Out of these 19,000 are aged 15 to 24, and 78%.
Hello,
are
you will
females.
excuse me with an interruption. We are going to receive our chief guest, Honorable Minister, Minister of Presidents and in charge of Uganda AIDS Commission. As she gets in, I will request all of us to stand up and welcome her, and then we will sing national anthem. Someone is putting a badge on or a tag on her, and I think in the next minute she's coming in. We want to welcome you, Honorable Minister. You're welcome. And as I've already communicated, all of us are going to raise. We clap as she's standing here, and then we are going to have the first national anthem and then East African anthem. Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to welcome you here, and I will request all of you to take your seats. Our chief guest, you're welcome. And as we are welcoming you, we are having a presentation from young people who are presented. They are represented by Mbarara University Guild President. And I want to request that you allow us to let him continue. Please, thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Millie Babalanda, the Minister for the Presidency. I welcome you to Mbarara University of Science and Technology. I'm Mariholaki Turumba, the MAST Guild President. Yes, thank you so much. So before we came in, we were talking, I was representing a statement by young people, and I just finished talking about our theme for the event, which is building a sustainable HIV response to end AIDS as a public health threat. And I noted that HIV has been a public health threat for over 30 years in Uganda. It has been one of the biggest priorities, but we've noted that there is a slight change in priority by both donors, and this calls for a shift of focus to primary and domestic funds, requesting the government of Uganda to increase the funding for HIV response in Uganda, because we are getting less and less money from the donors with every year that comes. So, continuing, I was showing a picture of the new infections in Uganda by 2023. And as you can see from the table, we have 63% of all new infections of HIV among people below the age of 25. While we have made strides in the fight against HIV/AIDS, there is still a huge problem of new infections being disproportionately among younger people, and most importantly, these new infections mostly affect young females, with up to 78% of all new infections among young girls and young women. I also highlighted some of the drivers of this statistic. We have over 32,000 monthly teenage pregnancies in Uganda, which is a rather big problem. One of the not very talked about factors, cross-generational sex. We have young women who cannot afford the life they think they deserve. I'm talking about young women who go on Instagram and they are seeing a model on a beach somewhere or at a hotel somewhere, and they want to emulate that kind of life, but they do not have the money to facilitate that kind of life. The other unfortunate bit is, of course, they cannot call their parents at home to tell them, you know what, I need money for a trip to, say, Las Vegas hotel and a night there. Or I need money to take myself on a weekend somewhere. So they resort to the people who have the money, and these are older men. So we end up with the problem of young girls having cross-generational sex with much older men, who are some of their biggest sources of HIV. Now this is, if we do not pay enough attention to this problem, these same young girls come and have sexual relations with their younger boys, their own generation, and we end up with a cascade effect of continuous new HIV infections, much as the fight is quite visible. The fact that girls are more affected by this problem also means that we are also still at risk of mother-to-child transmission if we do not solve this problem. We may still get more cases because not all these young girls can actually get access to health care. The low suppression levels, only about 50% of the young people living with HIV have suppressed viral loads, compared to a national level of 97%. This calls for our attention to this statistic. We've been thinking, of course, as young people, what can be done about some of these challenges? We believe that there is a communication gap. And here I highlighted that there is a decrease or a reduction in HIV/AIDS advocacy messaging from primary school to secondary school. And yet, this is the age group that is most at risk for HIV. These are the boys and young girls who are in adolescence. And yet, we do not have enough focus in trying to teach these young people about prevention of HIV. Can we have an increased effort to teach young people, in secondary schools especially, about HIV/AIDS? How about the young people who are not in school? The young people who, because I do not have the statistics, but there is a high dropout rate between primary and secondary school. How about the young people who do not go ahead to join school, who go and start doing manual jobs in their villages and in towns? We all meet them, we all see them. Some of us even employ them. That boy, that young boy, that young girl who you have in your own home as a house girl, how much information about HIV/AIDS does she have? Does she know how to prevent it? Does she know how to use a condom? How can we reach out to these people? A generational shift in communication. We noted that print and mass media, I am talking televisions and radios, have a 70% reach of the population of Uganda. But then, only 10% of the young people, the youth, actually consume these communication channels. There has been a communication shift from print and mass media to social media. I am talking TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, X, and the like. This is where the youth are spending most of their time. This is where the youth are spending multiple screen hours per day. This is the information they are consuming. And because we have not put positive messages there, they are left to consume the negative stuff like pornography. Okay? And we realize now things like pornography do not actually talk to and try to prevent HIV. So when we do not identify and actually pay attention to this generational shift in the consumption of news and everything, we will be missing the young people. And this could be the reason why we still have a lot of new infections among young people. Then there is social media influencers. There has been a few trending, there are a few trending social media influencers, and these are the people youth look up to because they no longer watch the news to see the leaders and the other people who they should be picking interest from. They are now consuming social media, and these people on social media are the ones who are inspiring them. And to be like them, of course, that's when they are pushed into stuff like cross-generational sex and etc. and etc. Sex for money and etc. Yeah. Then, we realize Uganda has achieved a decrease in prevalence from about 20% of the population in the 80s had HIV to nearly 4.9% currently. And this decrease in prevalence has seen, right now you can look at a person living with HIV and you may not even recognize that they are living with HIV, which wasn't the case in the 80s. There has been, it is a positive trend, but it also means that I, Ariholaki Rabturumba, at my young 24 years of age, I've only seen around 2 people really suffering from AIDS. Only around 2 people, and these were my relatives. Okay? Other people, because of art and the rise in art and all the measures, they are living healthy lives. They are walking around society. I see my professors laughing because wondering whether I didn't see these people on ward. But I am talking about outside ward now as I'm talking about as a citizen of Uganda, not as a medical student. So we have young people here, we have young people in schools who have never seen anyone actually suffering from AIDS, the proper AIDS that our professors like Professor Biachik and Dr. Grace saw on the wards in the 80s and the 90s. So this means we do not actually understand, we do not properly understand the impact of HIV/AIDS. We have not seen enough people die from AIDS for us to understand how serious it is and how dangerous it can be for our society and our lives. Of course, this means that we may not understand what is at stake if we end up contracting HIV. And then we come to the efforts. Alone Voice, today we are celebrating Philly Bongole Lutaya, who was one of the first Ugandan celebrities to come out and declare themselves HIV positive. Many of us young people, especially the uninformed who don't try to reach out and do research, we may not know Philly Lutaya for his advocacy against HIV. We mostly know him for Christmas songs like Sekukuru, Merry Christmas, Zukuka, Katujaguze, things like that, which are played every year on Christmas. The other day, we were at Cruise FM with Madame Angela Nyakato, and they played that song, the HIV song of Phile Bongole Lutaya, Alone and Frightened. And she was like, yes, this is synonymous with HIV. And I was like, I've never heard that song. What do you mean alone and frightened is the song associated with Philly Bongo Retire. I did not know him in that particular picture. So it means, yes, his legacy is there. It has probably not been amplified enough, and that is why we are celebrating him today. But then it also means that we have had a few new champions in the Ugandan sphere who have come out to strongly advocate against HIV/AIDS. An example is MC Katz, one of the most famous media personalities working with NBS TV, who came out also to declare that he was HIV positive. I also come to realize that much as some of us, by the time we were growing up, Philly was long gone, his influence actually did a lot for our lives. I remember the day I made 1 year of age is the day I lost an uncle of mine to HIV/AIDS. I did not live to see him at all. He was bound to be a great man. I was seeing through his wedding contribution list, and one of the people there was former Prime Minister of Uganda, Ruhakana Rugunda. So probably means if he had stayed alive, he would be a great man by now. But he did not survive HIV/AIDS. What happened from that? We ended up growing with his children and sharing beds with them. So each and every day of my growing up, I was seeing the effect of HIV/AIDS in Uganda. But that is not enough, and not very many people might have experienced that. Okay, yes, so we talk about the efforts by young people. We have a number of youth-led organizations. We talk about a number of youth-led organizations like Uganda Network of Young People Living with HIV/AIDS, Youth Alive Uganda, Uganda Youth Positives, Uganda Youth Anti-AIDS Network, and other organizations which have taken up the fight against HIV in their arms amidst a number of challenges. And we pray that the continuous focus on prevention, like the old adage goes that prevention is better than cure, be actually recognized and made a youth-led initiative. We recommend that youth stop just being beneficiaries of the fight against HIV/AIDS, because we are the victims of the new infections. We are the biggest victims currently. We request that we be made leaders in the fight against HIV as youth. We are requesting the policymakers to shift from tokenism, inviting us just to speak on events like this. We are requesting that we be engaged meaningfully. We be made part of the decision making. We be made part of the policy design. We be also considered when resources are being allocated. Because when I heard some of the young people here from secondary schools ask very basic HIV/AIDS question, I had someone ask whether a mother with HIV will transmit HIV to their child when they are still inside their uterus. And for me, it pointed out the fact that these young people don't actually know enough information about HIV. We request that peer-to-peer networks which are highly effective for adherence and non-judgmental, accessible and confidential HIV treatment and advocacy, be given more support, institutional support. I gave an example of Must Peer Project, which is under the Must Office of the Dean of Students, which trains students, university students, to train their fellow colleagues about sexual and reproductive health, prevention measures, and etc. And this Must Peer Project members actually go across to schools like Intare School, Mary Hill. We take outreaches there. Can these peer-to-peer networks be given more support? Comprehensive sexuality education. Can we stop being shy about sexuality? Can we have more people, churches, parents, guardians, can we have more people talking about sexuality to the young people so that they are not naive anymore? Because most of the people who end up transmitting these this infection to them is because the young people are naive. They do not know what HIV is. They do not understand. So can we have more people talking about sexuality in pre-university levels and even at university? Finally, I state that young people are ready to own this response and help the government in ending HIV/AIDS by 2030. But for the HIV response to be sustainable, it must be designed, implemented, and led with and by the youth, not just for them. Thank you so much for listening. I remain Ariho Lucky from Turumba.
Thank you so much, Lucky, our guild president. Another hand clap. He has reminded me of two things: infected and affected. Those were the long-term, terminologies we used to use. Dr. Dan, when he was introducing me, he said all other things, but he never said that I worked with HIV programs before I joined politics. And when I look into the room, I saw very many veterans in AIDS programs. In 2013, I think, I traveled with Dr. Kalyabakabo to India to look at how they were doing things to do with HIV, since they had HIV/AIDS prevalence of less than 1%. And as Minister of Health and Uganda AIDS Commission were like, can we go to India and borrow a leaf on how they are doing things so that we come back here and see how we can do it better than the way we were doing it. Yet we had begun the fight against HIV with our president and were doing well. So infected and affected, young people are always affected. When the old people, we are infected with HIV, the repercussions are received by the young people, failing to get school fees, all other things, as you know, what affecting people is all about. Communication gap, as what the guild president has talked about, messages. We need to fill the gap when we are programming for HIV and AIDS. What messages are we giving to people? Do we still talk about HIV and AIDS, or we have kept quiet as champions in HIV and AIDS programs? We are going to have our next speaker, someone to present Uganda AIDS Information Center ambassador. Unfortunately, I don't have the name here. I would call out the name. And if that one is supposed to give us a testimony, and in case he or she is not yet ready, we can have the ED Nafofano, Madame Flavia, to come and give her presentation. We agreed that when someone is coming, we keep clapping until someone settles on the, it gives someone the momentum to move. Madame Flavia, you're welcome. Come through this side. As she comes to take up, I continue to welcome all other people that are joining us. Thank you.
Our dear guest of honor, Honorable Mary Babalanda, we are glad to have you. Our DG close to you, the UN AIDS country representative, our Right Reverend Bishop Sheldon. Allow me to stand on the protocol already established, because I might make a mistake. I am Chomkama Flavia. I am the Executive Director of the National Forum of People Living with HIV Networks in Uganda. And I've taken this role on the 6th of January 2025. It's been a big role, but I have, I think, fitted in the shoes And the purpose for which I have is because of the passion I carry with me. Honorable Minister, I live with HIV since 1994. And when I was in senior 5, the president of Uganda talked about HIV. I do recall we had a one Kada Golova, I don't know where he is now. And he told us in general paper that there is a disease that has come that is unknown. Nobody knows how it came, and people were worried. And at that time, I was 17 years old. And at that time is when, and a year before, the NRM government had come to power. And I had actually staged in my school, Trinity College in Abingo, and we saw the young people who were coming from the bush. After the bush, the next year, the president announced that we had this disease. In my heart, I was like, if I ever found out I have HIV, every man, and you know, I was very beautiful. I'm now 56. I was so beautiful, so chubby, so, you know, and I was like, any man who has asked me if I found out I had HIV, I would go back to him and I would give him. But I want to say, in the year 1994, when I discovered I had HIV, having tested for TB, and then also having to be on the first trials of the prevention of mother-to-child transmission in Mulago, I realized it didn't have anything to do with spreading the disease. It was about moving forward. So from Mulago, when I told my husband, he told me, it's okay, we can go and keep ourselves healthy. And I am here because I had that kind of support. And I cannot say many others have. But when I was still in senior 5, first going back, that gentleman, he was always appearing on TV. He was in Mulago, in Zambia Hospital. He came and sang. People said he was looking for money until we saw his hair get plucked off, until we buried him in 1989. So what am I saying is that I am the filial retire of today, dear guests. And I would like to request all those filial retires like me to come and join me on this podium before I make our statement. Honorable Minister, we are 1.5 million Ugandans. We live with HIV. 1.3 of us are taking treatment. I started in 2003, and up to date, I take treatment. The only person who could have got HIV from me is my late son, who died at 28 in 2018. And it is a tall order to support babies born with HIV. I have lived to even get cancer. I have survived cancer. And I'm saying this because all these here have been through this. But probably I'm the oldest on this table. Or maybe there's someone. But I have lived longer. And my plea is that as integration comes, ladies and gentlemen, we did not ask to be with HIV. It is the government's plea for managing a crisis that caused standalone clinics. That was in 1990s. It is the same government crisis and failure to invest where it should that is bringing about closure of standalone clinics. Honorable Minister, we have been bashed. You thought you were special. Now you are back to the general ward. We did not ask to be in standalone clinics, nor be returned to the general outpatients clinics. And we hope that as we speak now, whoever is in those clinics, whoever is programming, understands that we are not the reason that clinics have been closed. For us, we are ready to be given the treatment. We are ready to hold each other by the arm. We are ready to do all that work to ensure that the services being delivered reach the last recipients. That said, and that I have all these members with me here, I will read the official People Living with HIV statement. That was from me as a lived experience. And Honorable Babalanda, I have been educated. I've worked as a teacher for the government of Uganda. I've worked for the UN in Mozambique as an HIV advisor. I've worked for communities. I've worked in my house. I've taken care of people who are almost dying, and I brought them back to life. And all these people have done it. So a statement read this day, 28th November 2025. As we come to this end of the National HIV Symposium and we start and commemorate the National Feel Retired Day, and as we head to Bushenyi for the 1st December with the people living with HIV, organized under our umbrella, the National Forum of People Living with HIV, present to you this statement, and it is in 3 phases. We remember, that's the first section. We lead, that's the second section. We rise, that's the third section. We remember is our journey of resilience, our story of courage, from the 1980s shadows to today's hope. We recall the strain, the pain, the crisis Uganda faced when there was no information about HIV. Fear rocked the path, schools and homes. Death cleared villages. We remember the government made all efforts, especially His Excellency, the President of Uganda's openness and attraction of partners to mitigate the challenges faced by HIV stigma in the 1980s. We remember the early activism by the likes of the late Philip Bongole Lutaya, who is here being commemorated. We remember the work Major Rwaramira has done. We remember the work Mire Katana has done. We remember the works of all those, our predecessors, Beatrice Were, did to ensure that we have hope and we live. We do recall the number of people living with HIV in post-test clubs like the Fidel Lutaya initiative of the AIDS Information Center. We do recall the Positive Men's Union at that time, which was started at the TASO. We also remember that the National Community of Women Living with HIV started from TASO and then became independent. And some of us are alive because there were these post-test groups. I, for one, am a source of NACOLA and AIDS Information Center. And we also remember the community burial groups. I don't know if you recall them. These broke stigma and helped demand rights for the communities of those who are affected. We have educated peers. We provided psychosocial support. We provided basic needs. We did home visits. We did home-based care. We provided bedside services to the bedridden and ensured they lived positively, awaiting scientific breakthrough for treatment. Thousands of us died, but we did not relent, your Honorable Minister. We continued to support each other. We remember AIC, Mildmay, TASO, and all the community institutions that have pioneered care, social support, and protection. We will also include Uganet, which at that time was 6 years and had already started providing health, human rights and ethics in light of HIV. We have volunteered our services from the 80s to date. We are invisible public servants, and we would like to be recognized every other day that these events happen, that whatever is happening in light of HIV mainstreaming, that we are known to be public servants who have done work that is unpaid. And what drives us is the Ubuntu and our social ties that have provided us the only motivation that we needed. We offered homes to the orphans. We cared and cared pro bono. All this because we were driven by our passion from our lived experiences, the pains, the losses, and the need to save lives. But survive ourselves, we had to. We recall, Honorable Minister, that we have been part of research projects and programs where we provided our blood and specimen to facilitate scientific breakthroughs. We witnessed the first trials of art initiation through trials like the prevention of mother-child transmission, a trial in 1994, of which I was also part. We were part of the oral treatment trials of TB, and that trial was here in 1994, and that's why we have isoniazid and rifampicin. We were part of the development of antiretroviral treatment in 2003 that has become a global success, and Uganda has been shining. We initiated the test and trace. We started PrEP. We have been pioneers of most of these breakthroughs. Most of all these have become model innovations to the world. And for free, we offered ourselves because we needed to live through free, lifelong antiretroviral treatment. We do remember the second-hand ARVs that some of us lived on, picked after our homosexual and sex workers of the north had died because they had already been getting treatment. We didn't have. So when Major would go, they would collect medicines from those who have died or those who have failed, and they bring them to Uganda. They put at Mildmay or at Injen, and our members who are badly off would share every month the doses. Canon Gideon would get, who was lucky to work for World Vision, he would get a dozen every month, but he would share among 4 people so that they live. And slowly by slowly, we lived. We shared these doses among ourselves. And at that time, Honorable Minister, a dose of ARVs was 2 million for those who could afford it. Those were the privileged. Some would take this month, then they wait 5 months, and the hair is plucking, when the memory has gone, and then the families would collect again and give them. And we survived. All this effort we remember because it is towards this current success that we have seen a decline in HIV prevalence, the current 4.9%. That new infections have dropped to 37%. That vertical transmission, or mother to child, has dropped to 4,700 people being born with HIV. But it's very painful. Those of us who have delivered babies with HIV, it is very painful because these 4,700 mothers who are delivering these children cannot sleep. If your child is HIV positive, we know what that means. We remember the regular CD4 tests before the viral testing policy overshadowed it. We put ourselves in harm's way to save the world. We have lived, but others have left. We remember the pain we have overcome over the years. And we remember the global, national, local PHIV-led advocacy that shaped policies, learning from our ability to live positively until we got access to life-saving treatment and prophylaxis. And I would like to inform you, Honorable Minister, that the Global Fund, which we now pride in, one of us here, or several of us here, Mire Katana, we are the proponents and the first people to say we need the Global Fund, and here it is. So we have driven global policy shifts. We have come to your homes. We have talked to you. We have talked to your hearts. You have allowed us to treat you. We have healed basics like shame, fear, denial, and disclosure. I see Honorable Minister looking at his watch. Let me quickly move. But I wanted to tell you the story. Because, Honorable Minister, this is us. These are the filial ties. And we thought you would allow us time to take you through history. Because many of us who are in this room don't have this rich history. And I thought it would inform our kind of programming, our kind of policy, the service delivery that we see, the stigma that drives away many of us from the facilities. But I'm going to continue, Honorable Minister. The second section is that we lead. And here we are looking at the gaps and our hard-earned lessons. This is where progress meets the pain. We have led the response against HIV stigma. We have faced it in the eye and found our dignity through the positive health, dignity, and prevention programs. We have shared our stories without remorse to empower others access HIV services. And they did. 1.3 are in care. And we did all this, Honorable Minister, putting our faces, exposing our children and families so that others can live. Many of you cannot, but we have done it. We stand tall and we say we are HIV positive. You point fingers, you do what, but when things become hard, you start looking for us in the backyards. And we are always open to say, come, how can we support you? But we have put our lives and families on the line to ensure that we are seen. In the year 2003, NAFOFANO was born. The National Forum of People Living with HIV was born. With support from Uganda AIDS Commission, UNAIDS, we can't thank you enough, so that we get more organized, sit on the table and inform the programming, and also ensure that we bring a voice on various high-level advocacy forums. And Honorable Ministers, you go back, His Excellency the President is the one who launched the National Forum of People Living with HIV. Today, as we lead, we grapple with the funding cuts. In January 2025, His Excellency President Trump cut resources. And we were the first target because he was cutting HIV funding mainly. Hardly had we heard that, Honorable Minister and guests of honor. 2 weeks later, the Minister of Health declared closure of standalone clinics, as if the other one was not enough. We had already started saying, will there be ARVs? Will there be support? Will there be... We were still in shock, paralyzed and frozen. And then another gunshot, this time bazooka, I think. I don't know what this one is. It hit us even harder. We had the likes of IDI and other centers calling us to come and pick our medications because centers were closing. Honorable Minister, we didn't get a statement then to tell us what was going on. We were just responding to phone calls from our communities about what was going on. And as a newly recruited ED at NAFOFANO, coordinating 135 districts, 18 national networks, 10 city forums, and other individuals who don't belong, this was tough. We laid off staff. And then we also knew that this year, Honorable Minister, that we would be vacating the space, the office space that Uganda AIDS Commission had given us. For 20 years, of our 22 years of existence, Uganda AIDS Commission had given us a place to stay. This space, Honorable Minister, belongs to the Church of Uganda, and the lease is non-renewable and ends this December. So we have had the funding cut, We have had the integration. And the funding cut stopped all our treatment literacy program. Even the digital treatment literacy program we had stopped there, where you would do USSD code and you get message and information. That one was cut. So we started making phone calls for 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Even now, Honorable Minister, we have chosen to start doing our monitoring, our education on WhatsApp, on Zoom. We don't even have a Zoom link, Honorable Minister. But Uganda AIDS Commission has been kind enough to give it to us anyway. They are our parents now. They host us. They gave us a seat, and we sit there, Honorable Minister. The public servants we are, we don't have a secretariat. We are fundraising. And Honorable Minister, you are the one who launched the fundraising of NAFOFAN in 2023. You sent Honorable Minister Kawanda. She came and committed that Honorable Minister is going to give you a place to be. So Honorable Minister, you are here today. We brought that letter from Honorable Minister Kawanda to your office, and we are hoping that here you will declare something. We only need 10 billion to have a home, Honorable Minister. We know you may not get it from your pocket, but you can talk to Jaja, and then we can have a place to stay. I'm finishing. So, Honorable Minister, we continue to commit. As I summarize, we rise and recover, and this is our call to action. As mutual partners, ladies and gentlemen, my friend, Honorable Margaret, we have worked together, and we are working together to bring a community that is rare, the female sex workers. And we worked together. And from there, she decided to go to the policy-making table to ensure that the things we were discussing are on table. So as mutual partners are not just target beneficiaries, NAFOFANU and our members inform and assure all of you in this room, public and government, UN and non-government, that we fully remember our path, and we will continue to represent and speak for the 1.5 million Ugandans. We shall not be gagged, we shall not be erased, whether by funding cuts, whether by removing UNAIDS, whatever people want to do, we are here. Dr. Dan, please don't come, I'm finishing. This is the call to action. We will rise, and we are rising. We're consolidating the remaining resources. We will recover the losses from the funding cuts and ensure that we continue to mobilize and support the 1.3 million people on ART so that we continue to adhere. We don't want to see any other person getting HIV. It threatens our own ARVs. We don't want anyone else to get HIV. The government doesn't have so much to spend. So we are saying, we want to consolidate us to remain in care, look for the 200,000 who are not in care, and also look for those 200,000 who are lost to follow up, and those 60,000 who are not suppressed. And when I talk not suppressed, means when you are not suppressed, you are infectious. But us here, U equals you. Undetectable means untransmittable. So us, we don't transmit because we are virally suppressed. We can't do this, however, Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, if we don't have deliberate government and partner support to invest and restore our national secretariat. We would like to see your support, Honorable Minister. This center is going to provide for us a place, a secretariat. It's going to provide us an income-generating activity. We have money from UNAIDS for a circle, but we can't do a circle in air. We need a place to sit, to start our savings and credit scheme, and also a wellness center, because many of us are dying of non-communicable diseases. I only have 5 asks, and I'm concluding so that, Honorable Minister, you can listen to the others as well. So the other thing we ask is that we stop pitting HIV against other diseases. That we stop pitting one disease after the other, pitting girls against boys, communities against government. We are one. And UNAIDS has made it clear that for government to succeed, communities need to work closely with government. And we are working closely with Ghana AIDS Commission and Ministry of Health to ensure that we reduce the HIV transmission. We are looking forward to increasing domestic investment in health and looking forward to ensuring that our communities, our community groups are supported to do our work. We are also looking to seeing more enforcement of laws against gender-based violence. And we see this online HIV and gender-based violence happening. That is further stigmatizing and creating problems for our young people. And then we also call upon you all. I will share the statement after so that you can see everything. But we would like to see more working together, collaboration, and also call upon the AIDS development partners that as we wait for the CHOOS and the VHTs to come and do their work, they sustain our work as the transition happens. So for us, we are here, your Honorable Minister. Even when we are doing the community mapping, we find that people with HIV are the ones in the villages providing the same pro bono services we did that time. Because everyone who had money has left, it is us who are doing this work. And Honorable Minister and ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you for listening to us. And tomorrow we have our first annual National Day of prayer for people living with HIV and Thanksgiving. It's going to take place in Ushenyi, and we are calling upon you, Right Reverend Honorable Sheldon, to, if you can, drive and join us. Give us blessings. They can start here and we take them to Ushenyi. And we thank you and we pray and continue to pray that we continue to work together. But finally, nothing for us, we say, without us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madame Flavia. Another hand clap, my God. For those who did not see Fire Rutaya, have you seen the Fire Rutayas here? The young people who did not have a chance of seeing Fili Bongeli Rutaya, these are the Rutayas that we have, who have come out to say, here we are living with HIV and AIDS. Madame Flavia has said since 1989. I know her as a person, and we've been into this together, we've worked together, and I have seen their ups and downs. We really want to thank you for giving us that testimony. It gives people courage. I also want to take this opportunity to recognize the Chief Executive Officer of Wangwa Nenono Nalongo Nansamba Mutongole and your team. You're welcome. Can you raise up so that people will know the people we are introducing? You're welcome to this symposium. Stigma-free HIV and AIDS response. That's what we are looking at. We are nearing inviting our keynote speaker, but before that, I want to invite our gospel artist, Madame Lilian Navasa, to come on stage and give us that song that will invite our beloved bishop to come and give us a keynote speech. You're welcome. You're welcome. It's the other side. Honorable Minister, you're going to see how we do it this side of Ankole.
Obumweno kwatwendwara nkoko muri kumanya emibiri yerigenda Dero babandi batandika ngweri izoba torukwija kurirenzya Ohuriro ndijo yagurukayo ngunangwa ryerenjire tori kwija kubushesha konka habo kugira ngo Yesu nuwe aine karenda yawe. Habaho ki bwira bushesha omwaka guhotaho gundi owakigambire atandika kukyeyakana. Mpereze kyeshongora. Give me that song. Hazabashemerirwe mwimuke tuzine. Owabagizire ngo kurwara no kufanoha. Mwimuke tukirite. Karenda yawe no jine. Ni Yesu. Mucheshongora we abandi n'emipangiriro iwe batakukangana bebyabo bibashobi ijuko bwotandika nogeza watahagawe tandika kushomesa abana ngunyesaba abaharo baje bagira ngwenki ubatandika ngoye pankira torukwisha kubabasa owurira ndisho yagurukayo ngunangwa yegereza abakumenya ngo abana babo bashomera mutera ruhanga karuru konka ruhanga yamawe cyamushaje bakimara je sini abakimara je yamawe na diguri bazijore. Aha ni Yesu yamawe abandi n'emipangiriro iwe batakukanga nareba muna yashongorira mbaga haruho no kwabagambi ngwembaga urya gumoteza wabandi urarara yamo runcumitagumizengu ngunabwe cyaba sente zo kugikora tokazi basa konka ruhanga abakozi rehembaga mutere ruhanga karuru biguta abagambe gambe mugenzi wawe to kurwara tiyo muheru yamawe abakumanya ikikiga murinka yamo abandi n'emipangiriro iwe antinka kweshongora wargati zine yamawe no bakugamba bata bakakugamba bitenta mabere bakakusibaho amatugembu zingwangwa zikwanamo bakakujaka busha umumisho engaro z'icuga ziri tina ruhanga wawe wenka yaburi akubanu wawenka akwineho bushoborozi abashamerirwa karuru ka Yesu yamama yamawe yaburi iwe batakukangana bebyabo bibashobire kare yamawe aha kaya muhuraka yamawe muhuraka barunzi aye hulareba weza obumweno kwatwa ndwara nkoko muri kumenya emibiri yarigenda dero babandi bahurarebe ngwerizo batorukwisha kurirenzya urarebe ohuriro ndijo yagurukayo ngunangwa ryarangira torukwisha kubushesha konka wo kugira ngo Yesu nuwe ayine karenda yawe yamawe bwira bushasha omwaka gwota ugundi owakigambire abashamerirwa karuru ka Yesu ya mama ni Yesu wenje ni Yesu wowe abandi n'emipangiriro iwe batakukangana bebyabo bibashobera karenda yawe Yesu nuwajine ni wewe nkari kumanya umwaka okwezi izuba eshaha yawe yatotiki yamawe wakigambire nachekana yama karenda yawe nawajine ahansi shuma yabari nabe byabo bibashobire kare.
Yes.
Thank you mama abandi n'emipangiriro ngo bibashabire iwe yesu gerahanga
Thank you
mukama
so
abahereza
much.
umugisha.
A big
Thank you.
hand clap for Lilian. Nobody else has your calendar apart from who? God. That's a very good assurance. Nobody has your calendar apart from God. I think we are getting back into the mood of listening to our keynote speaker today. I really want to take this opportunity to invite our keynote speaker, who is other than Right Reverend Associate Professor Sheldon Mwesgwa, Bishop of Ankole Diocese. Honorable Minister, the bishop coming on the stage happens to be my teacher. The English I'm speaking here today is the one who taught me in Chibubura Girls. You're welcome, my Lord Bishop.
I am so delighted, although this is a moment which has a lot of somberness on one hand, to be invited here to say some words. And my presentation, I found it humbling to be invited as a religious leader. That's not common. It's not, especially when you have scientific conferences. But I thank God for the organizers, because the song that has been sung has been talking about Jesus having our calendar. And my presentation has a lot of Jesus talk as a remedy to HIV/AIDS. I hope all the scientists are still here. They could have gotten. There was this lady who explained the molecular something. Where is she? She might have gone. And that's where part of the problem is. When she was speaking, she spoke of advanced science. I thought there is also advanced spirituality. And you will soon get to know. Actually, let me start that way. Abachara, Navashija, Abinyesiri, those whom I invited, because me, I'm a teacher, you've heard I taught this young lady, and the teacher has to work with visual aids, testimonies. So, Abishe Mwije, Abinyesiri, Abinahire Barham Keja, Mwija. These are people living with HIV/AIDS and openly speak about it. Actually, almost all of them are preachers of the word of God. All of them. Arom Shijoria Arinkai. Yes, is that today? Arom Shijogo Abaria, Katia. I will introduce to you this team, and that's where I will start from. What is very common with all these? They are all born again, apart from one. There's one gentleman, but he marries a born again lady, and actually, he's a very good Christian. In fact, more good Christian than probably many born again people, because he lost a wife and who died of HIV, and he never married. He wanted to raise his children. How many years, Arthur? 10 years. No woman, no nothing. He raised his children until eventually he got a wife. Actually, I'm the one who gave, I drove them on their day of wedding, you know. Where is Annette with their children, attending to the children? They have a very beautiful girl. The lady, I'm the one who preached, and she got saved at All Saints. And we took her on, and even actually, we got her a job. She works with the Revival Radio, and Revival TV Media House. Mwaza kweyanzura. Can we have a microphone? I have my 30 minutes. Let me see. I'll try my best to be within. Orukuba chiza yemyaka. Ninjirani walk.
Kamasimwe andio wishemwe Monica bariyoko muhanji kurga Ibanda district. Yosakangire mbabazi yaje na 93 obwendu kuteka nkuniza kwitaka ko kasirimu 9 na gumo kwa munana nyina mazara 3 ndwe naye mayangu nyina kakoko kasirimu no mushija wanje twarwara kisipi na bizimba rero 9 na 3 nikiriza Yesu Kristo yanjuna twaguma mukujunwa obo bwire okuchebeza kagongo bakandi bende mitwari 10 yaturema turya boro twaguma mu mbabazi twashaba twajuma. Yesu asimwe kwiha 9 na 3 nikiriza Yesu Kristo yanjuna dere 21 21 na joininga taso
Kare.
awano nyenano joti ndono wishe mone kabariyo akutura nakakoko kasirimu nubakusya jo wanje
Twargari yogu tuzari oguseni yo
kama wote sasimwe erda edrida kwarsima orukurgo mukanisa yarwanchwera omburiso bwa chamate oburyambuga yobureberezo bwa sausankore omushija wanje akafa 9 na 1 konka nagabwa ndyo mujunwa ebyo kuchebeza tinabifaho nagira ngo Yesu namara konka 9 na 3 abishemwe bazo mushana bajya nubwo jungo konko chebeze bimanya ko yemerire nachebeza bashanga nintura nakakoko kasirimu umushija kakanzigira natura nako embaze kabetaro tukachebereza naha bakabatanga no witu batishebere embaze kabetaro kureka bakabatijya ngo tumere septrine namra septrine no kumara emyaka 9 kurugobwo bagumana bacheberana bashanga kataro muno abaserukara naho wakaremaho mushaho wa mani nkacheberezayo kandi kunashira tatitu mu ruhanga yantwara
Wait a moment. Now, wait a moment. 91 is when she got HIV, and it was the husband died, and she was put on septrine. Then after 9 years, they said, no problem, you keep okay. Now, fast forward, recent past, about 3-4 years ago, we have a radio station which these people don't use. They go by Ipsos, who bribe. One time I saw them being put in the papers. They passed out statistics about radio stations that are most listened to. And you find the radio station in a radius of 10 kilometers. They say it is doing better than one of maybe going to 24 districts. Anyway, we have a radio station and TV. So one time, we invited this lady when I got to know about her. And then I said, you mean you've lived without drugs? How can that be? I sent her to Dr. Aidan Tozi. I was trapping her to get there, and maybe they direct her. Later, she checked her. HIV, abasirikali tubarumu. Hati doctor na wewe shuba batarumu ngwenu takamera. She's not on drugs. I wanted these scientists to have a conversation, but they've already gone. You see? So, saved. Kari, Dr. Yesu. Jesus is the doctor. She's not on drugs. Now, let's go to emyaka 3 abashatu na nakakoko. Tiwe? Yeah. Aha.
Izina lyanje nibashabire Eva Tryamureba ninduga district ya Bushenyi nka junwa omwaka gwari kumurwenda kinana nena natunga amaka omwaka gwari kumurwenda kinana na mushanju mwenu nkiri omugore akantu kaije haza hakaba hariho mbwenu ninyenda kukora akakonka Dr. Rinkaheza hakaba hariho omweshongozi ninkunda okweshongora akateera keshongoro akaba nagira ati mwami oriya tuwanje enaku zino ngorudo kuchakarako omukazi agira ekina omushija agira ekiniga mukazi gwe ngojoga je nchakara nyabomara kuntuma obutumi seni nebizibu byange rero mukazi atandika aho niho nabirende bacyara banange cyecho cyempisa kubaraga tusanyuse ngateburire cyuka babane sanyote baburanga nabo muweyonyigwa bacyara banange turyanga tukabarero runokati aho niho nabirende ntarukumanya ngo wundi kwegarura already yagizirata yarwire omwaka gwari kumurwenda 92 nibwo twagenda tukachebeza hamwe tukashanga twina akakoko ka sirimu omwaka gwari kumurwenda 94 omushija wanje yafa twatandikire omutasoko nkatakutunga mbazi obwa hati naheza emyaka 33 ndukutura nakakoko
33 years with HIV, but you are on drugs no mirombazi
konkanyo ni mirombazi nsi marhanga
yes
nsi mana government
owaza kurata honoha omyaka yanyu hariho gumbwenu ebyo gutinkumanya oguyanaenda tokeye
Anita Deborah Chomuhendo
kogezeho no kimanya
things okugamba byo
kare
from Rutoma niyo weitu I got in 1991 I tested and I was HIV positive. The doctor told me I was in my last stages. And from that time, I was not saved. 94, there was a preacher who came. After Philly retired, I saw Philly retire when he had just come. So there is a preacher who came and said, God has spoken to him to pray for Uganda and Uganda will be healed. So when I heard that one, I'm born from a Christian family. I said, with this one, I will also be healed. But I was not saved. And I feared salvation because it had restrictions and all that. In 94, I heard a voice. I was in Nairobi having my good time, few minutes. Then I heard a voice that said, you are healed. I took that voice. In 95 January, I gave my life to Jesus Christ. And I have lived like that up to this week without any medication. Now, this week I started falling sick. No, this year. I was getting weak and weak. Actually, I saw Philly retire. I said I was looking like Philly retire. I said the minute I drop down, my family would take me to the hospital, of course, and they start me on medication. I asked God what had happened. He gave me some scriptures, a personal walk with the Lord. So I started on HIV. This week is the first time ARVs. On ARVs. I started on ARVs this week, and I'm 4 days now on it. I'm 70 years old.
Now, these need you scientists, but you've already packed your bags and gone. Where are the scientists? Where are the others who were in JRC? Where is Asim, Dr. Asim? Kari. Next. The science is here.
Nibanyeta Asimo Christopher Ninduga Nyachwari kandi omulise bwa Nyamuyanja Isingiro district. Nyewe nkatekateka ngira ko kasiri mu 1989. Abantu biza bakagira ngo abantu bakiba Tanzania ngo wabateka. Ati cyenda nagumwe nazunwa nimpunga ngunyoku ndafenze mu iguru. Nagumanye ati nahura ngo arukubeza ko kasiri mu nagumanye ntikina kuzeyo. Natina. Konke 2024 omukazi wanje yafa. Kandi ibiri nashatu ngamutwara namukebeza nashangana ko kasiri. Ati nanya nashamu nakebeza 2024. Nyon kagera ikizu. Septu nitinda jimizire ngajumira yanyose. Dapson najimera yanyose. Echa nakuze nazo mushara yoko ndafenze mu iguru. 2024 natungo mugisha. Kwitenga obugiro bakamugira ngo utiyene bishatu natano CD4 tokatunga mbazi. Ata naitenga unanye nkarwara mba muche bampo mbazi byaryo naguma ngo mukire ndumuhango obukoko bwandya 2009 natandika omubazi mbwene shahati omukazi kuyafiye nashwera omukazi ondiijo 2005 tini maka 20 nyina omushiki wanje ari aho obari nkakemerera first born tene kakokasiri mama weye to discordant couples
yabari hati twagumiza edakika ezibampire tizikuza kukora kamba heyo omwe abandi niza kubarifaringa Monica niza kweta this one is a counselor is a scientist LCD means what first line treatment TRD nabisho byamani aha muhumzinda TRD there
First line in TRD.
Kari hati we naza kubuza chimwe akubanyota anganira nabo. She told me one time ngwaba shiji abamwe nibamanyango aruire konka nibagumana bamuteganisa bagambire gusa.
Monica o bishop ariyo nabagambira.
Iwe nicho wazagamba.
Nyona azagamba hari nyowe. Nahirwa nkabona congregation nkeji nimbagambira ngo Monica naturana kakoko kasirimu ninga ine sirimu. Konka abashija tubakubura kunshaba. Na semyaka abernena ninturana kakoko kasirimu.
Ekindi obashobore hari hecho yizirengu embaze ibakumira ne basa kuba nereta sukari na pressure ya LD1 TRD aha bashobore
twagera mu cha scientists bariyaha mbwene tubashaba nembabazi ogo mbazo gwa first line TRD amazima gijwire guturemere nkimanyisaki nuguturwaza pressure guturwaza shukari mbwene harimwe ibintu byinje ntushubashaba muturebereyo mutuhindurireho turebe ko turabase kumera jya otherwise konka nyowe tindi wo kufandi wo guma habwo kuba imyaka bernena nchiruhurire
now katkore omwami yogo nazo mu UNEB kuchebera konka mushabire nti keep around we were supposed to have our presentation at 11 but I said you keep around he's supposed to go to UNEB he's a teacher he's one of the biggest promoters of the anti-HIV AIDS message. He's a teacher, whichever school he goes to, whether part-time, he first tells students, you people, there is HIV. You don't know these people, you know Kachina and the others. I don't know. There is a Dr. Watiti. You need to use people like Dr. Watiti. Yes. Yeah, there are people who can bring out because Dr. Watiti is very good. I'm saying this because of the time. Because we have the theology issue. I will not repeat the points which are coming ahead. Yesterday I came from Nairobi. I arrived here at around 4 a.m. in the morning because of this. We were attending a African Faith and Health Leaders Symposium. They said one of the biggest problems is religion. We, the religious leaders. Tujera tukamera batu, bakushabera, wachera, rete chiwe bwayo. Kati onye chibanja chitunde jango osime katonda. Dr. Watiti in his book, and he's a Pentecostal pastor, he's not Anglican like some of us traditional churches. That man, you should use him. He should turn around the whole of Kampala because that's where the biggest, even here. Now this one is the biggest promoter, but he took my daughter who is born again, but he's not yet born again. But he's very trustworthy man. Unbelievable. Bagambire. Especially bagambire na nomurumugo abantu abogambire abantu mashomero.
Thank you so much, Bishop. For purposes of communication, let me use English. Yes. Our chief guest, it has come from the horse's mouth. No question of interpretation. She's called Katshabe Anet Kengor. She's 38 years. She's HIV positive. Tukamwesiga asa, a husband to her. We have stayed in marriage for 6 years. We are blessed with 3 children. None of the children is HIV positive. Reason, openness. Many of the men, we are somewhere, they are in the hibernation. Very idle, quiet. If we are to take statistics and you count, today you realize that men are very few. Either they are found in prison or in urban setting. A reason why women dominate. However, it's no wonder, it is even biblical. During his days, women played a crucial role in the gospel. I want to go to the message, Bishop. Our chief guest, I'm a teacher, a head of a family. I'm 54 years. Come December, I will clock 54. Only 6 years to leave the stage. I'm a civil servant on government payroll. I would have gone to UNEB on 26th, but when the bishop called on 25th, I said, your word takes a precedence. I'm assistant chief of a paper. In the whole country of 433,000 students who sat, I'm the second in command. The reason why I'm here, but they are waiting for me. However, it has two issues. One, I must respect to those who can listen to the message. To those who are infidels, think our word is a waste of time. A reason why Paul writes 1 Corinthians, the word of the cross is meaningless and stupidity to those who are perishing. But for those who are being saved, it is the power of God. When I speak, a land highly praised, with a family, some people look at me with nostalgia. Is he stupid? I think he's a fool. He's foolish. He wouldn't be speaking. Educated, highly praised. In UNEP, if I go now, you will see Odongo respect me. Reason, he knows without me, cannot move. Let me go to the point. I thought I would decline a bit and wait and give a message. If anyone repents or checks in the heart and gets convinced and opens up, I will be the happiest person on the planet. That's why I'm here. Some people are referred to as unsung heroes. I want to give a brief history. 2009, I fell sick. I was in class, entire school boys. Some of you may not remember me, but I have taught there for 24 years and 7 months until 2024. When I left on 1st July, I'm now a teacher at Chinon Girls in Rwampara. And sooner or later, God willing, I do not know what it will be, but at least I'm there. I have done it, or I have preached the gospel far and wide to those who are able to hear, those who cannot hear. If I sit with you in a taxi, the first 2 words, a greeting. Secondly, my status. Thirdly, I use my phone. She poses on my phone. She's beautiful as you look at her. Someone looks at me and says, where has the story started from? Whether you want it or not, I must communicate. In order to save the innocent souls somewhere. How many men can behave like me? Honestly speaking, men have ego. Ego is taking us to another level. So are women. You only come to realize. Bishop commented and said, even when he was wedding me on 31st August 2019, he said, asa tojunwa, Bishop or munywano wanjo kujunwa nembaba zizkwe yongera zindi. I don't wish to lie to someone. When you see me, I look at her and say, kawarebekaje. The barokere will come and say, oh, wish him, or yet is such a. You have no grudge in the heart. You have nothing you appreciate. Now, Miss my friend, she's beautiful. Saying now, you are beautiful. What does it cause that I have developed lust? I want to be free in order to maintain myself. I want to summarize once again. I lived with someone's daughter when I had not married. 2009, that very year when I fell sick, I was in senior 2 class in Tari school. I collapsed in a class. I tested once in my lifetime, and the time I tested is when I was told on the way to go. I was taken to Mbarara Hospital. Dr. Kwizera examined me together with my wife, Bishop or Munywano Wanje. The first wife who passed on was HIV negative. I was HIV positive. We were tested. We had a family of 2. Children are living. The toddler was 6 months. She is now in senior 3. The eldest is about 19, 20, close to that. Bishop nangwa marire webare mnonga. Thank you for trusting me. Biona nebirungi, all is good. I would have gone there, but I said, let me squeeze a minute and speak. An innocent soul somewhere will show up. 2009, the wife died. She later complained of internal organs. She had already taken me to the hospital. I had opened the file, presiding as I was, looking very healthy, but almost dying. Finally, she complained of internal organs. At the end of the day, after examination, she was referred to Mlago. Had she arrived there after 21 days, she was pronounced to be having liver cancer. He who was HIV positive still speaks. The one who was negative is gone. Are you seeing the irony there? In your book, Ironies of Life.
Kalenda
If you
yawe.
look at now, I lived 10 years and I said, I will never look at the nakedness of any woman. Reason, I live HIV. I never infected anyone, nor did I cause or combine from others. Evidence observation. I stayed with someone's daughter as my maid in a house. Ntare skure in a center ino mshara ndire nywire. Nkatura nawe myaka 10 twine buzare. If I wanted to demand from her, I would have used two approaches. Either force her or seduce her. I did none of the two. Ejo to bujuru bwo kujonwa. Numwenda bu hakana musiye w'abantu n'umugambiso bw'abashabakuru muri yoke n'umushabiriza mujonorwe kashanyowe nantakwe nangunde ngaho. Finally, omugenyi mukuru, our chief guest, I want to communicate in English. Up to now, in my message to the bishop, I said, how I wish there would be a slot where a teacher goes into public and then speaks to these runners, girls of Mary Hill. If the road is willing, I'm likely to join you. God willing, I'm trying to read between lines. It is still early. But my message is about, can I speak to someone? Children are there, they are stigmatized, no one speaks to them. Entire school, mbashomise myaka birnena, abana n'ababagiga n'barugoma kama runjo. No one can open up. For what reason? But even wakshechera, ndwiraka koko kasirimu. Does that one happen? It's only Tukamwesiga who can speak. From here, I have only about 50 minutes to cross to Kampala. However, I may reach when it is already dark and they will not permit me. In our days, a bishop would be coming to make some visits, and then a parishioner would request Bishop Wanompa Mwakanyontwara, but that would not happen at that time. Perhaps Bishop Betungora would come with a gift from England. He would not take you in his own car, but he would use other people's vehicles to float you. From here, if it would be possible, maybe he would give me transport, or he would give me lift in order to go to Nabisunsa to your neighbor. Thank you so much for talking about my lengthy statement.
Thank you. Hatumwena kamba shabe mugarukeyo harahaba tagamba ninchimanya konkareba TVs bategerize numuza kurara ha mugambe nabo bariya kari katugumizemu. So I thought that even if I didn't speak, that is enough speaking. But let me cruise. Sustainable HIV response to end AIDS, young people's perspective. Is it off? Okay. Appreciation, success story. Challenges, call to action, conclusion. The good thing, most of what has been said, especially Rwab Turumba, you were echoing almost all my points. I will touch on those. I appreciate for being invited. Religious leaders being counted in the fight. All your presentation, there is no single place where you mentioned the importance of religious leaders in the fight against HIV. Especially even in terms of, because you see, you talk about male circumcision, condoms, you don't put there Jesus. Jesus is also one of the scientific, advanced spiritual weapons to address HIV/AIDS, and is not costly. You know, Isaiah says, come, drink, eat without paying. Where do you get it in Uganda? Even in churches, you don't easily get it. Come, eat, drink without paying. The president is highly appreciated. I told you I came from Kenya. Everybody talks about Uganda. In fact, the American government, when they are negotiating the next steps of HIV/AIDS support, they began with Uganda. And then I was asking why. Because Uganda has had a very long history, success story, very successful story of fight against HIV/AIDS. And Uganda is unique because when you get Uganda, it's like you have gotten everybody in Africa or something like that. That's the impression I got the other place where I went. So we appreciate the president and the government for HIV/AIDS work, including research and support of people living with HIV. Because these people wouldn't be living if they were not getting those drugs and whatever. Thanks to religious leaders, health facilities, there are 665 health facilities in Uganda. And actually the percentage, I think it is like, is it 40%? Then the 60 is the private and then the government. So how do you ignore such? You can't afford to. According to the Uganda AIDS Commission, Uganda has realized the reduction of HIV prevalence from 18% in the 1990s to 4.9%, December 2024. That was mentioned anyway, even here. A big hand clap to Uganda, please. That is the table. This one I got it from the conference in Nairobi of African leaders. You can see Cameroon, DRC, Ghana, Malawi, Niger, Uganda, 665. So we are a significant part of the fight against HIV and even other health services. The legendary Fire Bongole retire. Today we commemorate the legend in the fight against HIV/AIDS, who pioneered to give HIV/AIDS a human face in the midst of stigma, denial, and ignorance. We credit him. 1989 is when he did his message. That time, I remember I got saved in 1986. By the way, Mama Janet used to organize conferences for the youth. And I remember going to International Conference Center. I had a t-shirt with words behind, "Why wait?" Youth were always invited, and they would speak to us about not having sex till marriage. International Conference Center. Why wait? So we got to know about Fire Bongole retire. He's of our time. When you hear Dr. Nakato in the radio having said synonymous with, it tells you the age. So it's, you see? But now Rwabuturumba, they don't know retire. Actually, even these ladies, me, you know, I love to do research. I was asking them, who is the counselor there said, I've heard him sing the song, Born in Africa, but that one is not about AIDS even. So there is a kind of some gap. Retire, we need to appreciate retire, but we need role models in addition to retire, like the doctor, who? Yes, that one should be the lead. Very highly educated, medical doctor, born again, Pentecostal, ARVs. Where do you get such a story? Nowhere. It's a powerful one. Lutaya boldly, openly, and fearlessly spoke about HIV/AIDS, commonly known as SIDIM. I remember we used to watch even on radio, on TV, there was a video where he visited his home and that kind. But these young people, like Rwabuturumba told you, they don't know him, they don't understand him. He used music to educate the population about HIV, abstinence, be faithful, condoms. Fire Retire's advocacy work in the fight against HIV/AIDS was a catalyst to Uganda's HIV/AIDS success story and is a lesson to all of us. We appreciate, no doubt, but let's move on from Fire Bongole Retire in view of current dynamics. Similar to Retire, the church promotes positive living through Christian witness, what you've been seeing here. There are 12 Christians known to me in this Ankole region who openly talk about their HIV status. All these are preachers, apart from the other guy, you know, Asa. But Asa is a teacher of religious education, and I've told you, he preaches even more than many preachers, like he has told you. And that's why I brought him. I was not scared of bringing him. I knew his theology may not tally with mine, but I'm an academic. I don't get scared of people who have opposite views to mine. That one is not a problem. But it is only him. The rest are born again. The spiritual is a weapon in the fight against HIV, especially now that even reduced funding with all that, we need to go back to the spiritual. 2 Corinthians 5:17, whoever is in Christ is a new creation. The old has gone, the new has come. Can we recognize religious moral values as a remedy to HIV alongside other suggested scientific solutions like the use of condoms, male circumcision, this one they call it what? Pre-exposure prophylaxis, something like that. Now I got to learn from these people when I was interviewing them. There are people who are not doing badly. For them, they have their money. He takes an injection. For the next 3 years, he can sleep with any woman, irrespective of what their status. But I think we have a challenge, Honorable Minister, because now, if a woman is raped, and then you have to take a test to know whether she is HIV or not, is that service there? It is there, thank God. Because we were told in Nairobi, actually, most of the other services, apart from critical services like ARVs, are being scaled down, including testing for HIV, which is very critical. I will tell you this. When I go for pastoral visits, I go with medical doctors. They test diabetes, because NCDs are a problem. They test diabetes, they test high blood pressure, they test for the eye problems, but not HIV. Why? Because the money is not there. So there's a problem, Honorable Minister, and this is a time bomb, because if you only give drugs to those who have, these people with HIV who were here living with, the lady, when she was speaking, she said, for us here, we have a low viral load. Even if we, what do you get out of that? Now, well, how about those who have high viral load? We need to have testing so that many people get to know, and then we avoid scenarios where many are being, I'm almost coming to the end. Ankole region, I'm talking of the spiritual power. Ankole region is home to the East African revival. And actually, it is worrying that this is where HIV prevalence is highest. We have been told, is it 15 or something? Something like that. It used to be Fort Potro. We have taken them over. They were number one, Fort Potro, I think last year. Now, Mbarara. And you've heard, we've been told here that sex workers in Mbarara are how many? 4,000? 4,000, and in Kampala they are 1,000. Is that statistic true? It is likely. So that's an irony. But this is the region whereby in 2023, we found 800 couples who had made 50 years and above in holy matrimony. That statistic. The other day in Nairobi, I was seated with people from Malawi, Kenya, whatever. I told them about this. Nobody believes it is even true. But it's the power of religion. It is there. The longest surviving couple is 74 years in marriage. Next year, they are making 75. That's a national ceremony. Do you have anybody in Uganda with 74 years in holy matrimony? In the world, it should be ranking like number 6 or 7 or something there. So what am I saying? Christianity is also, if you want more information, go to the Journal of Development and Education Technology, Bishop Stewart University. I have there an article. I was the lead researcher. That article is there. The research is there. You can get it. Why should this be the same community that has the highest HIV prevalence? For the young, delaying sex till marriage is possible. At least I experienced it. That testimony I have from 96 to 94, 8 years before I was around and about, of course. That one. And when I was going to marry my wife, I said, I have to test for HIV. And my wife had never even had sex anywhere. But I said, I have kept myself for 8 years, so no playing about. So, they tested. Then after, the counselors gave us a box of condoms. And I said, this is for what? For use. I said, but now, if I've waited for 8 years, now I've gotten my, now I will. So I left the condoms for other people. So the spiritual works, you need to incorporate it. HIV/AIDS is no longer given much attention in primary, secondary schools. Ruab Turumba has said it. There's a young man I met here, actually said he's my former student of Untari, said he's involved in the promotion in schools. Yes, it is true, but it's not the way it used to be. In 1994, I led a team from Chibura. I don't know whether Margaret was in it, which came to do a drama, Hydra, HIV AIDS. Mere Hiru, you won us. Konkeiko ko yom charo, no mani mwete kuzujira mtauni. Abana ba Chibura bakagamba oruzungu. Konka tukahura ngo ababiri bari yakushara impaka abamwe bakandi bashomeso bamerehiro bati ndabyategereze cyaro kigumire. Merehiro was number 1, number 2 was Chibubura, number 3 was in Tare, number 4 was in Barra High School. That is a fact of history. 1994, Hydra, HIV AIDS. Are those things still there? They are there. Hey, Kari. But Mr. Rabu Turumba has told you, he's younger, me I'm old, that they are very reduced these days. Secondary schools, I think I mentioned it anywhere. They reduced funding from overseas. Sorry, there seems to be renewed stigma in schools and higher education institutions environment. Let me tell you this, members. I did some small research. I asked some young people. I'm close to some young people. How is it about AIDS these days? Is it talked about? One young person is one, so that's not enough research. He's in Kampala. He said, these days, homosexuality is more acceptable than HIV AIDS. It's a young person who made a statement, and I trust that person. He said, when they said HIV, someone, but when they said someone, oh, that one's maybe cool, maybe. Isn't that a crisis? Isn't it? If you think about it, okay. Reduced funding is impacting service delivery. I've said a lot about it. This reliance on international funding by Uganda's government is an issue requiring urgent address. Many people have mentioned it. Let me not emphasize. Of course, we are told there is the Abuja Declaration, which says budgets for countries should be, African governments agreed that they should have budgets of 14% of their they call it what? GDP or something? Economics. Yes, total budget, 14%. But Uganda is at 8 or 9, we were told. So, this is the time to raise it. Other things should be set aside. If not, these people who are here excited, by the way, I've never seen people who are so mbwena abantu abakwekunda nkababa abine HIV abo kukuba ningamba nabo bashemerirwe barije nibaganira in fact abatine HIV mwine ebizibu ebikukire byaba nyotika rebaga abantu abakuba bashemirire nkwabo. This ARVs is a wonder. Now you imagine if it goes away, what is going to happen? So, there is an argument by people living with HIV to say that some HIV AIDS drugs like TLD, counselor, trigger NCDs like blood pressure, diabetes. It's an area of research, but I saw someone doing like this, and he looks to be a scientist. So I think they know already. Call to action means I'm coming to the end. Sorry, I've also become like an African. I came here at 11, not at 11, at 8. So I had to wait my presentation, so you allow my extension like an African. Family instability, breakup of marriages, divorce is very high. So we need to address that. Call to action. Government of Uganda needs to pick up the pieces. When I came to this room, I saw only one person of European descent, and he might be a member of Mbara University. Now that one never happens in HIV/AIDS conferences before. It never used to. And that is a serious story to tell us time is now for us to take on this giant of a thing. We are in a very big challenge. Religious leaders, we need to rise up to the challenge of advocacy and health service provision. Because we used to talk about HIV, but we are no longer, so we need also to rise up. Uganda's youth population needs to be aware of the HIV threat. Digitalization was talked about here, because many of them are on social media. Curriculum provision. I'm involved in a project of curriculum review with Kenya, Uganda, Netherlands, and Sweden or something. And I was looking at Kenya's curriculum, higher education, universities. They teach in universities, HIV/AIDS is a core subject, like you teach communication skills. Why are they doing it? Because of, I think, what they've seen. We may need this. Primary, I understand here we have a provision. Secondary, I'm not sure, but let us address this. HIV/AIDS clubs and societies need to be re-established in schools, institutions, promote awareness and the fight against stigma. Schools, we need to do something. Most school leaders will not do well with someone of HIV, and then he talks about himself, you know, I have HIV. In my school, the OBs will say, what is this? But this is something which has come to stay with us. What are you going to do about it? I didn't tell you about that young lady. I had a job because even in my own clergy, some of them had issues. So I had to take you could call it a risk, to come close to this girl, and eventually she was lucky she got someone. I think I'm done. Hey, conclusion. We thank God for the success story of the fight against HIV/AIDS. We call upon all key stakeholders, especially government, especially, underline, Honorable Minister, whose mandate is to ensure the health of its citizens, to support the fight. Church, the youth need to be sensitized about HIV/AIDS. And I was wondering, I was talking to Honorable Margaret, why is it that Mbarara there is a very high incidence? Of course, people have disposable incomes, whatever. And she was saying, also it could be because there are so many education institutions. These universities, we pray. Especially in the new phase of reduced foreign assistance. Finally, the end of AIDS will not come by chance, but by courageous faith. Faith is one of the solutions which doesn't even need money. Jesus paid on the cross with his blood. When you accept him, he changes you, transforms you, your priorities. Deborah has been able to live with HIV for 34 years because of faith only. In fact, I would meet her. The other day when I sent her a message, I'm inviting you on the team. Then she told me, there is a changed status situation. I couldn't understand. It was very heartbreaking for me, and we are trying to see how to encourage her, counsel her. But we have a challenge because there are not many people who are ready to assist. I'll end, informed youth, we need, and a government that chooses to act. I will end with a sad other story. There's another HIV/AIDS young person I've also been trying to counsel here and there. I reach a point and then I can't also manage, you know. In fact, I feel a bit guilty with this one because told me he was not doing badly. Sometimes they ask money. There is a time Mr. UNAIDS guy helped me. Stand up, Mubanjizi. He marries a Chibubura girl, you know. Yes. Mubanjizi helped me, and sometimes I distribute some money. But sometimes you get stuck. There are many people who need help. You hear about this. Actually, when I was here, I said, hey, where is Isaac? And I was feeling a bit guilty. So I asked, hello, Reverend, how is Isaac? The HIV positive young man who is born again. Nkaherera na shasha. When Bishop, Isaac akashasha, we thought that we had lost him. I involved in his family members. They took over his treatment. Now he's recovering. He can walk properly, eat, talk, but only hearing is not yet restored. Out of 10 words, he hears like 3. But we hope he will recover well. I went there yesterday. I spent the whole afternoon. We keep him in prayer. Major problems, has other disease apart from HIV. So we are not yet sure what caused this, but early this year they thought he had TB, so he started on TB drugs, which were so strong. So we think he had TB, though it was not confirmed. What we did not tell you, he married, he has a kid, baby so-and-so. Yesterday she made 5 months. So I end on that note. The job is a big one. May we stand together and fight. In the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Let's put our hands together and clap for my Lord Bishop. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I want to say this as I invite our next speaker, that I compare HIV and AIDS with the young people who did not see the other HIV and AIDS and its symptoms. I compare it with the young people today who never used to see those who slept in the bush, who did not see the war that was there those days before NRM came to power. I cannot fail to say this as a politician. Before NRM came to power, people used to sleep in the bush. There were a lot of roadblocks. When you're telling young people today, they cannot know. It is the same thing when you tell them about the other HIV, where there was stigma that one would not use a cup that an HIV positive person has used. They cannot compare it with HIV of ARVs today. People, there is HIV. Young people, HIV is still there. Though invisible, it is there. Don't be deceived by ARVs and the rooks of people. I want to tell you, you can only know that you have HIV when you have tested. Don't use your eyes to test people. Hello? Stop using your eyes to test women because they live with HIV and take medicine and they look so beautiful and healthy. So always test. I'm going to invite our next speaker, who is other than Mr. Didas Tabaro, Chairman, Mbarara District Local Government. You're welcome, Mr. Tabaro, our Chairman, Mbarara District Local Government. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair of the session, the Honorable Member of Parliament from Mbarara, our chief guest, my Lord Bishop. Allow me also to stand on the protocol that was earlier on adopted. My name is Didas Tabaro. I'm the district chairperson in Mbarara. Yeah, this is a very, very important symposium. I had delegated my PA because we are organizing the visit of the president and we had a preparation meeting. But because of its importance, I had to step out of that meeting and come and speak to you. Our chief guest, you're most welcome to Mbarara. Although this is Mbarara city, but it was carved out of the district I chair. HIV. I also want to say that the morale of the fight has kind of reduced. The sensitization. You know, we used to hear very many adverts on radio, on what. It has really gone so low that people have taken it to be normal now, that maybe the disease has been surpassed. And I also want to agree that we need to intensify on these messages to the young people in schools. These young people don't know because they did not see. But for us who saw how people suffered, it really guided us to live a healthy life. Again, as government, I think we also need to advocate for mandatory testing. Because once you test yourself, very many people have considered themselves to be HIV positive even when they are negative. because he slept or she slept with so and so, whom they presume is HIV positive, then that one confirms that for me, I am already gone. Then he starts on misbehaving here and there. So I think if we can have this as a policy, that we encourage everybody to do the mandatory testing, and we don't disclose the results, but this person knows his or her HIV status. I think it can be of help. Then of late, of course, there is this self-testing. I don't know the scientists, because very many people are now doing the self-testing. I run a hotel business. So my Lord Bishop, this is not for you. For us, we don't ask for marriage certificates for those who want to sleep in our rooms. So sometimes when I am inspecting to know which rooms I've worked, how many rooms I've worked, I find those kits, self-testing kits. I said maybe somehow there, this guest was a bit organized. Now we also need to increase on the availability, like we are doing with condoms. So if scientists can confirm that they are okay, then we also need to increase on the availability of those kits. So we also need to use the influencers. These influencers have a lot of respect. The social influencers, the MCs, the artists. Because whenever I bring the artists at my place, at my hotel, I see very young people pressing themselves near the high table, dressed to kill. Nibenda kwetega. Ahagoko ba esatan muyimbi. Na yenda mureba jwire kameni. So these people can be very good champions. Baba baragayo bakagira ngo please no turabent chakara nchemererwa bananga we should know that HIV is still there. For my people of Mbarara, we are unlucky that we are at the 7.5%. Turkubi. The national percentage is 4.9, but for us we are at 7.5, almost double. And you know the reason? There is even this myth that women with too much water don't transmit. Bishop we were to So our chief guest, people believe that our women, most of them are waterlogged. So they think because they are waterlogged, there you can pass. This could be one of the reasons why we are high. So members, ladies and gentlemen, whether the water is mob, please do the protection. Don't take it for granted. So, and the use of, I'm happy that you invited my Lord Bishop as a keynote speaker. We also need to involve most these religious leaders. They play a very big role. Because we even have faith, like I'm a Catholic, then we believe priests don't marry, they are not supposed to marry. So we believe they don't pray sex. When hatabo no bachebeza ryari. Bono bachebeza ryari stand kuya kwa ya muchemere. Stand kuya kwa ya muchemere na wakagira kiyaria. So we need to involve them in this struggle so that they can be very good ambassadors, even by them testing that even if I am a priest, I am there. Let me test. You can disguise that maybe I could have been born with it. So, Mureche tumanyengu sirimu echiruhaha, we are commemorating File Bongo de Rutaya. He played a very big role. kandi na nimwe barataye abitu abasya benareba mazima nabashemererwa ebigambo byanyu byambe tukwataho munonga kandi ninyesiga ngo twine twargaha tugurikize nomanyo kugurisia nyo nagurisia by the way karabe hino ananda kusindikira ka message ukari cyabo kuba na mudu yagenda kare so but we should not forget to thank the President of the Republic of Uganda. He has really stood his ground on the fight against HIV. Africa, what is his ranking? Because he is one of the leaders that even have stood the ground in the fight against HIV. And no wonder we are progressing very well. So we thank him and we need to reward him. Come January 5th, protect the gains. And which gains? This is also another gain. We need to protect the fight against HIV. So, Madam, I was rigged out. So, Madam, Minister Honorable, for me I was rigged out. I had come in as an independent, but I'm a coordinator of PLU, and my bosses talked to me that I should really abandon, withdraw my candidature. I withdrew, so I am now going on leave for the next 5 years. But my sister is still there. This honorable member of parliament has been helping me in health-related development projects in the district. And you can see, she's a very good communicator. But voters replaced him with someone who cannot communicate. So you really wonder, hata wenu bendachi ari mabatezi bakaruru munyeho mugenzere bintu nimbishobya muterera karuru kesente. It is really not beautiful. So I want to also thank my team, the district team. Is the DHO around? But in particular, Chris, you stand up. Come closer. I want to thank this young man. The deputy cow is here. Okay. You know, I've been in leadership for some time because I joined when I was a young man at 26 after university. But this gentleman, I first came in as a district councillor. But since that time, this man has been on the forefront in the fight against HIV. Actually, for me, I had thought it is what he studied. That he studied HIV. It is just of late that I realized that he's a clinical officer. Me, I had thought this man, his specialty was in HIV. I want to thank you in front of this congregation. You have really been a very good pillar in the fight against HIV. I want to thank you and wish you a good stay while you're in Mbarara. Thank you very much. May God bless you.
Thank you so much, my chairperson, Mbarara District. He has just made me remember that we need to protect the gains. And one of the things that we need to protect is fight against HIV and AIDS as a gain in this country. That was spearheaded by His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. It is our responsibility, all of us, to end HIV and AIDS because it is a public health threat. And the responsibility is in my hands, is in your hands. Together, we can make it. I'm now going to invite Dr. Julius to give a statement. Julius is representing Country Director CDC. Julius, you're welcome. We agreed that we clap for someone when he's coming on the stage. Next time it's going to be you, and I will instruct the audience not to clap for you, and you'll feel it. You're welcome.
Thank you, Honorable, for introducing me. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here today on behalf of my boss, the country director of CDC Uganda, Dr. Mary Boyd, who was unable to attend, and I'm honored to deliver her remarks. The Minister for the Presidency, Honorable Babiri Emile Babalanda, the Vice Chancellor, Mbarara University of Science and Technology, Professor Pauline Biachika, Director General of Uganda AIDS Commission, Dr. Nelson Musova, the UN AIDS Country Director, Ms. Jackie Makoha, Mbarara District Leadership and Community, people living with HIV, students of Mbarara University, distinguished guests and colleagues, good afternoon. It's my privilege to speak with you today as we conclude the 2025 National HIV and AIDS Symposium. I bring warm greetings from the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC. On their behalf, I would like to congratulate the Uganda AIDS Commission and its partners for convening the 4th National HIV and AIDS Symposium, and extend my appreciation to the government of Uganda for the tremendous effort made in the fight against HIV/AIDS. As various presenters have showcased in the past 3 days, significant progress has been achieved towards the UNAIDS Triple 95 targets. This achievement was made possible through a concerted effort of the Ugandan government working closely with the US government and other partners to scale up HIV prevention and treatment services, and the significant foreign assistance in data systems that have enabled the measurement of denominators, population size estimates, and performance measures to track the progress towards ending AIDS. There, of course, remains some work to be done, including addressing the high number of new infections, especially among the high risk and priority populations, elimination of the mother-to-child transmission, reducing the advanced HIV disease, drug resistance, and treatment interruption. Science-led programming will be critical for Uganda to reach epidemic control, end AIDS as a public health threat by 2030, and ensure sustainability of these gains. In the past 3 years, Uganda AIDS Commission has taken the mantle to coordinate HIV stakeholders in this country to develop and routinely review the National HIV Science Agenda, to which CDC Uganda contributed key priority questions for implementation. As we start the countdown to 2030, it is critical that a comprehensive implementation plan and dissemination strategy is laid out to facilitate evidence generation, dissemination, and translation of high impact results from research studies, implementation science, and operational research into evidence-based programming. This will enable the design and refining of interventions to optimize resource allocation, support rapid scaling up of innovations, and ensure highest impact based on empirical evidence to identify the most significant gaps in HIV prevention, testing, and treatment to ensure sustainability. Additionally, the availability of the new highly efficacious innovations such as lenacapavir and the long-acting ART formulations provide us with a critical opportunity at this point in time in our response to interrupt active transmission, enhance adherence, and optimize viral suppression. We scaled up production informed by science it is possible to satisfy the high demand and the rapid rollout required to bend the curve on the new infections and accelerate the attainment of the 2030 goal. At CDC Uganda, we cherish our partnership with the government of Uganda and look forward to working together to end AIDS as a public threat by 2030. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Julius. I'm now going to invite our host. I can use both of them. Our host, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Pauline Biachika. She has been into this as the Vice Chancellor of MAST, part of mobilization, as a host. We want to take this opportunity to thank you for all the efforts you've put in, really, to ensure the success of this symposium. You're welcome to give your remarks.
Our guest of honor, the Honorable Minister for the Presidency, Honorable Millie Babalanda, the Executive Director of Uganda AIDS Commission, the board members, our Lord Bishop, our development partners present, the professors present in the room, staff of Mbarara University of Science and Technology, religious leaders, community leaders, the students of Mbarara University and other universities, all protocol observed. Allow me to express my deepest gratitude to Uganda AIDS Commission. Thank you very much for bringing the symposium to Mbarara and for allowing Mbarara University of Science and Technology to host this symposium. We are deeply honored. I request the organizing committee to stand up for recognition. Organizing committee, where are you? Yes? Some are in the tent, some are here, led by Professor Joseph Ngonzi. We have Angela Nakato over there. We have the Guild President, Lucky, working with Uganda AIDS Commission. Thank you very much for organizing this symposium. I must first declare, I know it is a campaign season and I'm dressed in red. I don't see very many people dressed in red in the room. I also have the red ribbon. So red is a symbolic color, and the red ribbon is a symbol for solidarity, for compassion, for blood and compassion, and solidarity with the people living with HIV/AIDS, and a symbol for the fight against HIV/AIDS. And that is the reason I'm dressed in red, no other reason. So today, this afternoon, as we conclude this 3-day symposium, we have discussed a lot, both the science, the hard science, the social science, the policies, and everything else. Let us all reflect on where we have come from as a country. Let us reflect on what one has to go through if they are living with HIV/AIDS. Let us reflect on the gains we have made, coming down from a prevalence, a national prevalence of about 18% to the current 4.9%. What has it taken for us to get there? What resources have we used to get to where we are today? And what are the challenges going forward? And what should we do? We have had enormous amount of resources coming into the fight against HIV/AIDS. Enormous. I don't know if anybody has tried to estimate how much. And here we are today at 4.9%. and having reduced funding. That is a big challenge to us. We all need to reflect on that. I want to thank the people living with HIV who came here to speak and give their testimonies. Thank you very much. And I hope that the young people have picked a message from these people. I know their leader called them the new Philip Bongole Lutayas, but I want to add a statement to that. Yes, they are the Philip Bongole Lutayas, but they are a modified version of Philip Bongole Lutaya. And why are they modified? Because of ARVs and nothing else. Because of ARVs, taking antiretroviral treatment. If you saw the pictures of Philip Bongole Lutaya, the ones we see here are fine pictures. As I said when I came here on Wednesday, when I gave my talk, I was in secondary school, early secondary school, when Philip Bongole Lutaya came out to speak about HIV/AIDS. He looked much worse than the pictures we are seeing here. He went round to secondary schools talking to us about HIV/AIDS. And many of us committed to live a different lifestyle so that we would not get into the picture that we saw. So I want to say that the people who stood here today and those in the communities are a modified version of Philip Bongole Lutaya. The task is upon us now in the current environment with the reduced funding for us to maintain the modified Philip Bongole Lutayas looking the way they look. If we are not very careful, we can slip back. So the policymakers, the leaders, the political leaders, it is upon us now. The scientists, it is upon us now. I listened very carefully to the previous speakers, and I was surprised that many of them seemed to say that the picture we saw those days has completely been erased. I want to say, as a medical doctor, as a practicing clinician, yes, I'm the vice chancellor, but once in a while I still practice internal medicine and I still do the ward rounds. I want to tell everybody here present that we are still seeing patients coming in with a typical picture of AIDS. Let us not go away thinking that that picture is no more. Those patients are still coming to the wards with AIDS, with a CD4 count of 5, of 2, of 7, of 11, with cryptococcal meningitis, with Kaposi sarcoma, with tuberculosis, with toxoplasmosis, name it. The picture is still there. So young people, I'm glad we have young people in the room. HIV/AIDS is still with us. Yes, we've come a long way. We have the drugs. People are living longer and better lives. They look better, but we still see those who come in with AIDS, and this is because they are not taking their drugs. They are not accessing treatment, or if they are doing it in hiding and they are not taking it correctly. So we need to address that gap. I wanted to put that message across. As we conclude this symposium, it is important for everybody to go away knowing their status. Please know your status and protect yourself and protect your loved ones. Support those who already have HIV/AIDS. Support those who have AIDS. Support those who test positive and don't know what to do, because they can have a better life if they get into care and treatment. Let us demand continued access to these services. Let us demand education, education, education. Access to education. As I said, poverty is a critical factor in fueling the new infections. As I said and projected on Wednesday, we saw the picture that circulated on social media. Girls selling themselves for as low as 1,000 shillings, all because of poverty. So let us educate our children. Let us educate the girl child. Let us empower them to get out of poverty and be able to live better lives. As I come to the end of my talk, I want to say that the young people it is important for you to ensure that you don't get taken up by alcohol and drugs. We are seeing an increased prevalence of mental health challenges, but also an increased prevalence of drug use, alcohol and other drugs of recreation. And once you take these, your mind will not think the same. And therefore you'll get into compromised positions and you get into risky behavior. So I wanted to say that alcohol and drugs is a big problem in our country and we need to speak about it. The role of the religious leaders. I'm glad that the bishop talked about this and I can't emphasize it more than he did. The role of technology and artificial intelligence. We have technology, we can send out messages in a way that is friendly to the young people. Young people like technology. As you heard from the young people who came to the stage, they're on TikTok, they're on, Instagram. Let us use that media to send them information. My almost final comment is to our friends who are practicing herbal and traditional medicine. Time and again, we are seeing these adverts on the media, on television, on radio. We see placards on the roads. It is important that we learn to package the information in a very accurate way that does not mislead the population. If you stand out on the radio, on the TV, and you say, I have a cure for this, many people are going to come and believe you and take that. But are you sure you have it? The packaging is important. And our regulators and policymakers, I'm looking at Dr. Musoba, please ensure that you work on these aspects. Many times we ask, who regulates these people? On the physicians group, Dr. Kansime and Dr. Dungu here know. We're always asking. The misinformation out there is extreme, and we need to find a way to fight this misinformation and to provide correct information to the population out there. Coming to the end, I know the journey we are taking now in a situation of reduced funding is going to be a tough one, but I know that our Ministry of Health is leading us ably. It's going to be a journey of persistence, a journey of intensified leadership and commitment. Let us all commit to that journey to protect the gains and to even gain better. Finally, allow me to thank Uganda AIDS Commission once more for bringing this symposium to Mbarara and for allowing Mbarara University of Science and Technology to host this symposium. As Mbarara University, we are committed to this. We are committed to our vision of excellence. We are committed to training. We are committed to community engagement. We are committed to research. And we commit to host the next symposium, if given an opportunity. We commit to make it even bigger and to target the populations that may not have been targeted this time, the populations that should hear this message. We commit to collaborate with other universities and secondary schools so that this message can get down to the young people. We commit to have a bigger audience of the young people so that they can listen to these messages and make a commitment. Finally, as I complete, as Mbarara University of Science and Technology, we want to thank the government of Uganda for supporting us. This year, the government of Uganda has given us funding to start the construction of the Mbarara University of Science and Technology College of Health Sciences. And we are going to have the groundbreaking ceremony on Monday, 1st December, graced by none other than His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda. The construction site is just a few meters from here to my left, and I invite all of you to come dressed in your yellow attire to cheer us up as we groundbreak for the construction of Mbarara University of Science and Technology College of Health Sciences. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I wish you a good afternoon.
Thank you so much, our VC must. Another clap. Another clap. I want to take this opportunity to thank all of you for keeping with us despite the time that is seen to be going beyond where we should have stopped. We continue to thank you and continue to inform you that we are in this together. Young people, I was asking someone, Madam VC and the organizing team, when can we have not another symposium, but another gathering that will bring together more young people and have information about HIV and AIDS? I don't know whether Dr. Mutumba is still in the house, Commissioner, the Minister of Health. Ever since I got to know that Mbarara's HIV prevalence was so high, and as I've already informed the House that I worked with the Minister of Health for 8 years under Monago National Referral Hospital, specifically in National STI Control Unit under HIV programs of key populations. I saw a lot with young people. And because Mulago is adjacent to Makerere, I used to have so many of young girls who would come to my office seeking for PEP. All of you in this house who are into HIV programs, you know what PEP is all about. And you would look this girl into the eyes and she tells you, I need PEP. At that time, they used to tell us, if someone is to be given PEP, you need to bring someone that you got involved with. You can imagine someone has come, is trying to beat the 70, how many hours? 70 how many? 72 hours. And you begin asking this girl to go and bring the boy she slept with, as if the boy is there. What if the boy knows what he did and he did it intentionally? So during my time, when I was heading that program of HIV and AIDS under key populations in Mulago, I used to jump some of those, protocols. It will be go to the lab, get tested. The moment you're HIV negative, then we give you PEP. The rest of the things, we look at them later. Because we are beating the 72 hours. So, young people need to know this. And on top of that, we would look for post-dinner. People in the house, it would be a two-way. We are fighting HIV, but at the same time, we needed to fight the unwanted pregnancy of this girl. People, let me tell you, young people in this house may not know all that, may not have all that information. If she has been raped by whoever is supposed to be protecting her, we have relatives, we have teacher. I'm not talking about the teachers of Mary here, the school that is here. I'm talking about other teachers who have bad manners. If this girl is raped, for example, if this girl is compromised, does she know what to do next? It's your responsibility. It might also be my responsibility to make these young people know, because sometimes things happen and you cannot reverse them. So what do we do? Members, we need to organize a meeting. I've been talking to Dr. Mutumba that we need such a conference of young people in Mbarara district to speak to them about HIV and other related matters. Madame Flavia talked about localizing HIV and AIDS. Slogans. I remember when I was still working in Mulago, I used to tell people about how when HIV gets into your body, how it eats all these utafari as Flavia was talking about. Every time I would be explaining to commercial sex workers, they used to be in my docket of key populations. Ate bamba abasinga tebasoma. So you needed to speak to them in the language they would understand more. And you would explain, akawuka bwe kayingira kalya buli obusirikale ne kabumalamu. Kati bw'otandika okumira eddagala, obusirikale buddamu ne bukula. Naye bw'olireka buddamu ne buzukuka. So, people need information on how HIV gets into our body and how best we can fight HIV. I want to take this opportunity without wasting any more time to invite the Director, Uganda AIDS Commission. Doctor, you're welcome to give us your remarks. Banange, clapping has gone where? These are the people behind all this that we are seeing here today.
Good afternoon. I think let's first stand up. Let's all stand up. We've been sitting for quite a while since we came from break. Just, stretch and make sure that we don't survive HIV and we get the other NCDs. Or even for those who have it, we don't, we are not affected by that. Okay, we can sit. Thank you. The Honorable Minister for Presidency, Honorable Mile Babidie, Honorable Babidie Mile Babalanda, the Honorable Member of Parliament, the UN AIDS Country Director, the Vice Chancellor from Mbarara University of Science and Technology, the Bishop of Ankole, the Right Reverend Bishop Sheldon, different leaders, the local government leaders, the LC5 chairperson, the RDC, the members of the board of Uganda AIDS Commission, members of management, members of faculty from the university, all of you friends, the young people, you're very special and we are very pleased to have you here. Representatives of people living with HIV, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Uganda AIDS Commission Board, management and staff, we would like to express our appreciation. We are very, very pleased, first, to our hosts and collaborators, Mbarara University of Science and Technology, for this. Honorable Minister, we've been experimenting with this idea. About 3 years ago, we decided that we would take scientific meetings out of the hotel boardrooms and go out. The first meeting, we went to Makerere University Business School. In the second meeting, I think we were still in Kampala, but still outside. This is the third, and I think you are yet to do an evaluation, but in my opinion, this is the most successful so far. Honorable Minister, there has been a discussion over the last 2.5 days of science, of the progress we've made against the 95, 95, 95. A range of papers, high level, packed scientific papers from colleagues at MAST, KIU, Kabale, JCRC, local governments. Very impressive papers from the local governments. And Honorable Minister, the colleagues at the front line are doing both the science, but they presented solutions. You know, we got them sharing experiences. We got very interesting experience from the Chigezi region, you know, trying to deal with the dilemma of how do we, you know, go forward with the integration given the efficiencies needed and the limited resources. We got experiences from Shema district on how they are utilizing the 0.1% HIV mainstreaming, and many others. We got, you know, from the core science, you know, looking at the molecular level, what is happening, to the qualitative aspects, looking at governance issues and participation. And we've had a very keen participation from the local government leaders. We've had chairpersons participating very actively, challenging ourselves in terms of what can be done. So as Uganda AIDS Commission, we are very pleased with the level of performance, with the diligence. The Vice Chancellor, in addition, you know, to routine duties of a Vice Chancellor, she's due to host the President. But she's been here. Day one, she's here. She opened, she came back in the afternoon. She's been seated with us here since morning. What else, what does that show other than dedication and commitment? So it's not paying lip service. We see commitment, and we would like, you know, we use this to reassure the Ugandans that the solutions will be found. These challenges have come. You know, when you're walking a journey, you'll always have challenges. You'll be at a successful moment, you come down, and then you rise again. One of the discussions, Honorable Minister, that I would like to point out was a dialogue on sustainable financing, especially given what is happening now and the need to focus on prevention. And Honorable Minister, I'm sure you've heard about, and we will share with you very specific policy briefs on the new HIV prevention, which is injectable. You know, when you get it, you get protected up to 6 months before you get another injection. Uganda, fortunately, participated in the research studies, and it shows up to 100% efficacy in preventing people from getting HIV. And part of the dialogue was around where is the HIV coming from? And there are specific population groups because of the lifestyles and engagements who are the source. But the rest of us are not, we can't say it's affecting those people, no. The way the networks work, and we had very interesting exposés showing, you know, different individuals, the networks, and where they are linked, and how they're bridged. It's very easy for that, you know, for you to be connected. So none of us is safe until all of us are. And this, even while we wait for work happening on a cure and work happening on the vaccine, and while we continue to use treatment, the Uganda's HIV combination prevention, first ensuring that people are taking their treatment, they are taking it effectively, and they are suppressing. We need, one of the things we need to adopt very urgently is this injectable. The donor communities have stepped forward. The American government has donated a few doses, and the Global Fund, but government should shoulder the heaviest part. So I will come to you and share with you proposals around this, and we project. We think we can, you know, if we work with this solution, plus the other solutions, because none of the interventions is a magic bullet in itself. it's one of the things that we need to address, even as we work with faith leaders, to look at the other aspects, to emphasize the ABC, to work through the schools. This new tool, provides a real hope in terms of where we can go. One of the other things that came up during the discussion, and what motivated us to take these scientific meetings out of Kampala, is the need to communicate science to non-scientists. Now, I sat here and listened, and we've not yet broken it down enough. We are still complicated. The attempt is for us not to speak to ourselves, but to speak, and that's why we are saying you can walk in, you can attend. We invite the school children, we invite faith. My Lord Bishop, we are very pleased with your approach, what you're doing, and the team you bring, because you can see that team has been trying to do some work, but once they are equipped with additional information, then they know what to do, and they can protect themselves and the people they interact with. So I don't know if, Professor Biachika, you have a course on communication, but we need to look at communicating science to non-scientists. So in addition to inviting them here, I think we need to, and train ourselves, train each other, say, how do we break this down? How do you, the JCRC colleague did a great job because he explained very sophisticated science. He tried to bring it down, but she was still talking about CCR which is, it needs to be brought down further. So I think that is work for us to do. So as we go away, for me, what are the things that we need to do? Of course, lots of issues have been raised that as Uganda AIDS Commission we need to take forward, and we'll put together a report. We should be able to share it with all of us because you've left behind your contacts. But we need to continue to translate and put our research into action. Some of it is already happening, but we need to continuously do that. The second message that comes across is that we need to continue our work in terms of protecting those who are vulnerable, looking out for, prioritizing adolescent girls, young women, key populations. Honorable Minister, there's data that is, that was shared, some of the research. We've been mainly working with data around new infections, prevalence, ART coverage, viral suppression, but colleagues at CDC have, done work and mapped, because first of all, we know the infections are coming from certain population groups. Those women involved in commercial sex work is one of those groups. And when they shared that data, it very closely correlates with what we've been doing together with UNAIDS on new infections. When you see where the reds are on the map of Uganda, those are the same places where the new infections are high. And the bishop was talking about Mbarara City, Fort Portal, when you follow that. So we will use that data to make sure that we follow up with these groups, get them protected, get those urgently who need ART to enroll, and continue with the support for those who have not yet enrolled to come in. The keynote address for Phile Bongole Lutaya has, the bishop has painted the picture for us. And there is no doubt for us that we have to work with the religious leaders. We have to work with the cultural leaders. A lot of the science has been done. What remains to happen now is the how. And Honorable Minister, you and other leaders will help us on that front here, because we need to go to the communities, engage them and ask them, why didn't you go to the health facility? Was it because you had no transport? Was it because you were worried that if you went, when you came back, you'd have the issues with your husband. And we think if we engage in those community dialogues, we can generate better solutions than when we make assumptions. And no one is better placed than yourselves, the political leaders, the faith leaders and cultural leaders, to lead that conversation. We will work with you. We will share with you the data. We will point to the solutions and where the problem is. And then we dialogue with the communities and they pick what works for them, because it cannot be one size fits all. As I conclude, and before I invite you, Honorable Minister, I was noting on the first day that being here, especially this capacity, for me is very personal, because I was alumni here. I was alumni. I was part of the first cohort, and returning to this ground where, this part of my academic journey began, reinforces, how we work, the values around service, scholarship, and solidarity. We got nurtured by this institution, and, it has brought us to, so I'm grateful for the opportunity to reconnect with yourselves, Professor Pauline and the other colleagues at the university, and would like to identify with the work that you do. You've continued to, demonstrate excellence, and will work with other institutions. And young people should be inspired, to follow this journey, that several years to come, you'll be standing where I am, and we want you to be able to be here till that moment. That's why we are preaching this message, that keep yourself safe, focus on the education, sit and fix a goal. Where do I want to be in 10, 20, 30 years? How will I get there? And this is part of how you will get there. So you're on track, sitting here, wearing that uniform, you are a leader, you're representing others. Go back and be a role model, and go and tell them this message without being shy. Honorable Minister, before I invite you, because this was very successful, this is what I'm going to propose to my colleagues, and we will take it to the board, that we bring back the next scientific conference. Because if something is working and you change it too quickly, you will spoil it. Because we've worked with this team, it has reached this level of success. You see it is coming to 4. But look at the team, the room. The room is full. The room is, receiving. So my suggestion, Dr. Karyabakavo, is that we come back. But as we come back, we use it as a lesson to our next, because our goal is to go, to the countryside. So we will decide whether the next one would be Gulu or West Nile or Fort Portal, but I think the immediate next one. So what we need now is to agree on the dates. One of the things was time. But if we start, 1 year in advance, we check with the university, we agree on the dates, we agree on the audience, how to deal with all these things and the topics. We pick the lessons from this, but we will be able to discuss that and agree. I'm just throwing it as one of the ideas to the team. It is now my singular honor and privilege, Honorable Minister, to invite you to come and address us, and thereafter close this conference.
Thank you, Dr. Msova. My daughter, the Honorable Member of Parliament, Honorable Margaret Hayebare, the RDC, the Deputy and Assistant my son, the LC5 chairperson, Mr. Tavaro Didas, Right Reverend Bishop Sheldon Mwesgwa, the Vice Chancellor, Mbarara University of Science and Technology, Chairperson and Board of the Uganda AIDS Commission, the UN Resident Representative, the Director General, Uganda AIDS Commission, representatives from government ministries, departments and agencies, development partners, leaders from civil society, faith and cultural institutions, our scientists, researchers, and young innovators, people living with HIV, the students, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Lord is good, and all the time. My name is Zibabirie Mire Babalanda. By the grace of God, I'm the minister in charge of presidency. First and foremost, allow me bring you warmest greetings from His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, who is the Commander-in-Chief of the Uganda People's Defense Forces, who is also the National Chairperson of the mighty Party NRM, and our champion in the fight against HIV and AIDS, General Retired Mzee Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. More warmest greetings from Mama, the First Lady and Mother of the Nation, and also the Minister of Education and Sports, Mama Janet Kataha Museveni. Not forgetting the PS Office of the President, Haji Yunusu Kakande. Before I present to you my closing remarks, permit me to let you know that this is a political season. I know most of you are busy down there mobilizing, moving up and down. Mobilizing for who? I beg and I request you to mobilize for NRM. And in particular, to mobilize for our beloved presidential flag bearer, General Retired Mzee Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. And come 15th of January 2026, vote for our beloved Mzee Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. That old man who always puts a hat on his head is the one I am talking of. You'll see a bus, you'll see an empty box. Therefore, kindly put your thumbprint or a tick to that old man with a hat on his head. And why NRM and President Museveni? If asked, the answer is simple. The NRM government, under the able leadership of General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, has 7 core contributions to the country of Uganda. Don't meander. Be spot on. Number 1, peace. Number 2, development. When I talk of development, I mean physical infrastructure. Number 3, wealth. The government of NRM has put in place programs, that is socio-economic transformation, aiming to empower Ugandans. Those are the gains I am talking of. Number 4, jobs. Number 5, services. I came last night, but I slept in a hotel. I paid money. Those are the services I am talking of. Number 6, markets. Even the border sons of ours are getting money. Those are the services. Number 6, markets. And number 7, East Africa Federation. Those are the 7 core contributions under the able leadership of General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Will you join me in mobilizing and supporting and voting His Excellency the President? Put up your hands. Wow, I'm really humbled. Thank you, thank you. From Mbarara, where my daughter comes from, I will not comment because I did not know what took place, what happened during their primaries. Apologies, I will not comment on that one. Tell a friend, whisper to a neighbor. Let a friend whisper to a friend. Engage our communities. Please, NRM is the way to go. And President Museveni is the answer. I thank you for listening to me. Back to today's remarks. It gives me great pleasure and honor to stand before you as we close this year's National HIV and AIDS Symposium 2025, a remarkable gathering that has truly lived up to its theme, building a sustainable HIV response to end AIDS. Over the past 3 days, we have listened, reflected, and renewed our collective resolve to sustain Uganda's leadership in the fight against HIV and AIDS. The discussions held here at Mbarara University of Science and Technology have showcased the fruits of partnerships between government, academia, civil society, communities, and our development partners in moving Uganda closer to the goal of ending AIDS as a public health threat by 2030. Allow me to begin by extending warm appreciation to the Uganda AIDS Commission under the able leadership of the chairperson and the Director General for organizing this successful and well-coordinated symposium. I also thank the Vice Chancellor, management and student leadership of Mbarara University for hosting this great and memorable event. I thank all the stakeholders, government institutions, development partners, civil society, researchers, health workers, people living with HIV, and the youth whose active participation has enriched the discussions and outcomes of this year's symposium. Over the past 3 days, I've been informed of your engagement in deep and constructive dialogue. You have reflected on the achievements made in the past 5 years of the National HIV and AIDS Strategic Plan and launched the new plan 2025-2026 to 2029-2030, which will guide Uganda's efforts towards ending AIDS as a public health threat by 2030. During this symposium, we have taken stock of the country's progress in the national HIV response in the last financial year, which also marked the end of the National HIV and AIDS Strategic Plan. As highlighted in the Joint AIDS Review Report, our country has made remarkable progress. HIV prevalence has dropped from 18% in the early 90s to 4.9% today. B, new HIV infections have fallen by more than 60% since 2010. C, AIDS-related deaths have declined by 63%. 94% of people living with HIV are aware of their status, of which 90% are on treatment and 97% are virally suppressed. This is a good progress towards the UNAIDS 95, 95, 95 targets. Ladies and gentlemen, these are not merely statistics. They represent millions of lives saved, families preserved, and communities strengthened. This progress reflects the unwavering political commitment of the government of Uganda, the visionary leadership of the old man I've talked of, General retired Mzee Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, and the active engagement of all partners in the multi-sectoral response. Uganda's approach, anchored in strong coordination, community involvement, and evidence-based interventions, continues to be a model for the region and beyond. However, as we have seen through this symposium, the journey is not yet complete. The number of new HIV infections remains higher than the number of AIDS-related deaths, reminding us that the epidemic control has not yet been achieved. Young people, especially young women, continue to account for a significant proportion of new infections. Stigma and discrimination persist in some communities, undermining access of services and support. We must therefore strengthen our efforts to reach those who are most vulnerable and ensure that no one is left behind in the national HIV response. On the issue of financing dialogue, one of the critical discussions held during this symposium was the financing dialogue. It came at a very important time. We all recognize that external donor support, which has sustained much of our HIV response for decades, is declining. Uganda, therefore, faces an urgent call to transition toward sustainable, domestically driven financing of the HIV response. The government is committed to domestic resource mobilization, as emphasized in the HIV sustainability roadmap. This means integrating HIV financing into national and local government budgets, identify innovative funding sources from within government, and tapping into innovative financing models that draw on community and private sector engagement. Ending AIDS by 2030 will require not just more resources, but smarter use of available resources with efficiency, transparency, and accountability at every level. Now, the role of research and innovation. The scientific meeting held during this symposium has been another highlight. It has showcased groundbreaking research and innovations by both senior and young Ugandan scientists, from advances in HIV prevention and treatment to insights into behavioral science and community systems strengthening. The quality of research presented gives us great confidence in Uganda's scientific capacity. Uganda has provided ground to successful scientific innovations, including the 6-monthly injectable PrEP, which will soon be rolled out in the country with support from the Global Fund. HIV remains a unique disease because it has no cure. We therefore need to support the scientists and researchers in the quest of an HIV cure. Let's embrace the findings and innovations from the scientists as we continue searching for a cure of HIV. As government, we pledge to continue supporting research and innovation as a pillar of our HIV response, ensuring that policies and interventions are guided by evidence and that our young researchers are nurtured to become the next generation of public health leaders. Honoring the legacy of Fire Bongole Retire. The Fire Bongole Retire Day commemoration held during this symposium has once again reminded us of the power of courage and advocacy. When Fire Bongole Retire declared his HIV positive status more than 3 decades ago, he gave the epidemic a human face. He broke the silence, fought stigma, and inspired a national movement for compassion and awareness. As we commemorate his legacy, let us renew our determination to eliminate stigma and discrimination in all forms. Every Ugandan living with HIV deserves dignity, inclusion, and equal opportunity to live a healthy and fulfilling life. Let us honor Fire Retire, not just in music, but through action by ensuring that our workplaces, schools, and communities are free from stigma. Distinguished participants, as we close this symposium, I want to commend the Uganda AIDS Commission for its leadership and coordination, the Ministry of Health for the technical leadership, Mbarara University for Science and Technology for being an excellent host and for championing innovation, and all our development partners for their support and solidarity, the private sector, community-based organizations, and the media for your unwavering commitment to this cause. To the scientists, researchers, and young leaders gathered here, your contributions over these days have shaped national dialogue and will inform decisions that will guide the future of the response. To the people living with HIV, your resilience continues to inspire us. You remind us that this fight is not only about medicine, but about dignity, inclusion, and hope. Distinguished guests, as we close towards 2030, let us remember that our shared goal of ending AIDS is both achievable and urgent. That goal is within reach, but only if each of us plays our part consistently, responsibly, and with commitment. We must strengthen collaboration across all sectors: health, education, gender, labor, finance, and local governance. We must also empower communities and civil society to continue their vital work at the grassroots level. It is in our villages, schools, health facilities, and homes where the battle against HIV is truly fought and where victory will ultimately be won. I call upon all leaders, political, cultural, and religious, to continue being voices of truth, promoting messages of prevention, care, and non-discrimination. The HIV response is not just a medical issue. It is a human development and social justice issue that touches every family, every community, and every sector of our nation. As I close this year's National HIV and AIDS Symposium, let us leave here inspired and re-energized Let us turn the commitments we have made into concrete actions. Let us strengthen coordination, increase investments, and amplify community voices. Together, we can ensure that by 2030, AIDS will no longer be a public health threat here in Uganda. With that, ladies and gentlemen, and on behalf of the government of Uganda, I now take this singular honor and privilege to declare the National HIV and AIDS Symposium 2025 closed. I thank you for your kind attention for God and my country. Now, on the issue of my sister, Madame Chomukama Flavia, we are going to share it with the big man, His Excellency, the President, because you need the money. It is a requirement. We want you people to be independent. Therefore, permit me to go back and share it with His Excellency, the President. I thank you.
A hand clap, a very big one. Honorable Minister, we cannot stop thanking you. We cannot stop thanking you. I would want to request you before we sing national anthems, I want to introduce to you the guys on the bikes that you're hearing. They request that you present to them this torch of hope or the candle of hope. They have been traversing the whole country talking about World AIDS Day, working with different partners wherever they go in the north, in the east, and now they are here on the last leg to World AIDS Day. They are led by Mary Mugati and Albert Natumanya for Western Region. They are here. They request that this candle, you handle it to the bikers as you see them outside there, so that amidst all, there is hope. There is touch of hope. And I want to thank you all, but most especially those people you see on the bikes that have traversed the country on their bikes, giving hope to people living with HIV and AIDS, giving hope to Ugandans that amidst the funding cuts and everything, Uganda remains with a hope. I now take this opportunity to give you this touch of hope so that you hand it over to Mary and Albert. From outside, where the bikers are. Yes. Members, you can keep around because we are coming back to sing the national anthems. Bikers, we want to appreciate the work you've done all over this country. You're real champions in this fight to end HIV and AIDS in this country. The Lord Bishop can also, Honorable Minister, we request that the Lord Bishop joins you in handing over this.
I now take this singular honor and privilege to hand you over this candle, assuring you that there is hope to end HIV and AIDS by 2030, by the grace of God.
Members, let's go back. Members, let's get back into the house. Let's get back into the house and we sing. The bikers, I think you can put off, and then we sing the national anthem. Let's have the national anthems in the reverse order. And thereafter, Honorable Minister, people are whispering to me that they need a group photo. And at the end, we are going to have them in reverse order. And someone is whispering to me that there is an AIDS anthem. So which one do we begin with? AIDS anthem, then East African community, and last, Ugandan anthem. Our chief guest, I will request that you have 3 photographs. 1 with the guest speakers, 2 with the organizers of this function, and the last one with the cultural leaders. Okay, thank you. The first one is with organizers. Let the organizers of this symposium have the photo with the chief guest first. Others can sit and others will stand behind the guest. Organizers in the house, kindly. Organizers, are we all on the platform? Now I'm going to request people behind the cameras to do the needful. We are ready for the photo? Okay, okay. The second one, cultural leaders, I can see them very ready. So, I think,
And religious leaders.
cultural leaders, someone is saying even the religious leaders.
After cultural leaders.
After cultural leaders. I think the cultural leaders are also ready. People behind cameras. You're done? Religious leaders, now that the cultural leaders are done, do we still have other religious leaders in the house?
The religious leaders can take a seat.
Cultural leaders, we are done. We thank you. Religious leaders, together with people living with HIV. Now, it's like religious leaders together with Bishop's team. No, they've decided that religious leaders come with the Bishop's team. Those of testimonies. And then Flavia's team is coming along. They want the minister to present the photo to the president as she's asking for the money for the house. They are still coming. We have the other ladies in Usuti still climbing. Okay. Okay. I'm sure the song is going to be captured in the photograph. Yes. So let's have Team Flavia. And those who are of Team Flavia, you can remain there. You go. Then do it, my dear. Sorry? Abantu abarukutura n'akakooko ka mukenenya ekishanne ekyanyu ha stage. Abarakutura n'akakooko ka siriimu. Na board ya Nafofano. Na board members ba Nafofano. Ekyo ekishanne kikuru munonga mutakizanisa nikyo minisita arikuza kworeka president ngu yababugana. This picture is making a statement. Lastly, Uganda AIDS Commission. Uganda AIDS Commission. As they come in, we want, Honorable Minister, we really want to appreciate you for taking off time to come and be in Mbarara. I want to inform the House, as the people coming in, Uganda AIDS Commission, I happen to be the session chair on the last symposium, the third one. This is the fourth one. I took the same in Rugogo. For the whole day I was there, and I was also privileged to welcome the minister at that time, and once again here. And I'm sure I'm going even to go back to Parliament and welcome her next year. In Jesus' name. So I can also come and take the picture.
Let's have the implementing partners. Implementing partners, please. Dr. Bitarakwata, you're part of that team. The implementing partners, please. Our partners, not our partners in having HIV, but our partners in fighting HIV. Carol, Sarah, Uganet, TASO,
UNAIDS, CDC.
Uganda AIDS Commission.
Uganda AIDS Commission is not. It's UNAIDS, CDC.
Okay, our partners.
And they
Yeah,
Dr.
we're waiting
Namara.
for them.
Dr. Namara, I see you not responding.
MC, I was suggesting a certain photo. There is a photo called Dr. Simwe and Dr. Simwe.
Dr. Simwe and Dr. Simwe.
And Dr. Simwe.
Oh,
That
yes,
is
of course. We need to introduce
our
Dr. Simwe and Dr.
partners.
Simwe.
Let's give them a chance. They're still coming, please. Please smile like you gave us money. Thank you. Yes. The panelists, please. People who chaired sessions, they were there. Okay.
No,
They have already taken. They have already taken.
They have taken.
Wow.
So we
Now-
thank you. We thank you.
We thank you, Honorable Minister.
They have left. The MCs have missed. We are going for lunch. We have lunch for you. So somebody's waiting for you outside to show you. You may not go to the tents. Those of us who stayed behind for the pictures, we may not go for the tents. We shall show you where to have lunch from. Yes. Oh, what you have saved us, my friend. Thank you so much.